Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Kiana. The first rule of owning a bookstore is that the coffee must be as strong as the literary heroines. The second is that the scent of old paper and new ink is a perfume all its own. I breathe it in now, a deep, satisfying lungful, as I slide a first edition of Their Eyes Were Watching God into its rightful place in the classics section. The soft luminescence of the fairy lights I've draped over every available surface twinkles against the book's worn spine, making the whole shop feel like a secret magical grotto. From behind the counter comes a sudden delighted shriek that is pure, unadulterated toddler joy. I peek over a tower of bestsellers to see Noel, my son, my 15-month-old blizzard miracle, trying to shove a soft fabric-covered block shaped like a star into a square hole. He is nothing if not an optimist. "It's a noble effort, my love," I tell him, my voice soft in the silence of the shop. But some things just aren't meant to fit. A truth I've learned the hard way. Noel abandons his geometric quandary and instead beams at me, a wide smile that shows off a chaotic collection of new teeth, and in his eyes, the same shade of deep forest green as the pines outside, I see the ghost of Christmas past. It's been 2 years. 2 years since a different blizzard trapped a handsome stranger in my store. A search and rescue pilot with a slow, easy smile and eyes that saw right through the carefully constructed walls I'd built around myself. 1 week. One perfect, snowed-in, impossible week that felt like the beginning of a chapter I'd been waiting my whole life to read. And then reality came back. The storm broke, and he was gone. No note, no call, just a hollow space in my bed and the lingering scent of pine and wind. My fingers, acting on their own accord, find one of my locks and begin to twist it. A nervous habit I've never been able to break. It's ridiculous to feel this pang of something. Melancholy, maybe. I have Noel. He is the sun and the moon and all the stars in my sky. A gift I never expected and wouldn't trade for 1,000 happily ever afters. Still, on quiet mornings like this, with the festive strains of a muted carol drifting from the radio, I can't help but wonder. I can't help but ache for the connection I thought we'd had. "Looks like it's going to be a white Christmas, folks," the radio announcer chirps, his voice jarring me from my thoughts. A very, very white Christmas. We're upgrading this evening's storm watch to a full-blown blizzard, warning for the Aspen Ridge area. Forecasters are calling this one historic, people. So hunker down, stay safe, and don't travel unless you absolutely have to. Well, damn. I push my glasses up the bridge of my nose and look out the large front window of the final chapter. The sky, a cheerful blue just an hour ago, is now the color of a bruised plum. Fat, heavy snowflakes have begun to fall, clinging to the branches of the aspens that line Main Street. It's beautiful, but it's the kind of beautiful that has teeth. The landline on the counter trills, and I pick it up, tucking the receiver between my ear and shoulder. The final chapter, where every story matters. Even the one where a ridiculously independent bookstore owner gets herself snowed in without enough emergency chocolate. Ellie. Of course. I have 3 bars of the dark roast espresso kind, so I think I'm covered, I say, walking over to his play area and handing Noel the correct square-shaped block. He rewards me with a raspberry. What's up? Just heard the weather report. Wanted to make sure you and the Nugget were okay. You need me to come over before the roads get bad? Her loyalty is a fierce, wonderful thing. We're fine, Elle. I'm about to start my storm prep. Got plenty of food and firewood. We'll be cozy. I glance at Noel, who is now happily chewing on the corner of the block. A sharp, protective knot tightens in my stomach. I've gotten us through the last 15 months on our own. A blizzard is nothing. Okay. I can hear the sound of her fiddling with her keys. Just, it's the 2-year anniversary of the other blizzard. She's trying to be delicate, which is not her natural state. Didn't want you to be alone with your thoughts. My thoughts and I are on excellent terms. Thank you very much. It's a deflection, and we both know it. So says the woman who quotes Jane Austen when she's stressed. Has Noel's mystery dad tried to get in touch? Any carrier pigeons with tiny little notes tied to their legs? Nope, radio silence, as per usual. The words are lighter than I feel. For months I checked my email, my phone, even the shop's postbox, hoping for something, an explanation, an acknowledgement. Now I just feel a dull, settled sort of disappointment. It was a whole short story, a very good, very memorable chapter that resulted in the world's best epilogue, who is currently trying to pull all the board books off the bottom shelf. His loss, Ellie says, her voice firm. The man is an idiot, a handsome idiot with great genes apparently, but an idiot nonetheless. I can't help but smile. Thanks, Elle. Anytime. Now, go be the self-sufficient goddess you are and prepare for the apocalypse. Call me if you need anything at all. We hang up, and the silence of the store settles around me again, now heavier than before. The snow is falling faster now. A thick, muffling curtain that is quickly erasing the world outside. Time to get to work. I spend the next hour in a flurry of activity. I haul in more firewood from the covered porch out back, the cold air biting at my cheeks. I check the batteries in our flashlights and emergency radio. I bring the charming A-frame sign that reads, "Come in and get lost in a good book" inside. In the small apartment upstairs, I make sure the pantry is stocked and pull out the extra blankets. All the while, Noel toddles after me, my little shadow. With everything secured, I brew a fresh pot of coffee. The rich aroma a welcome comfort against the storm's growing howl. I stand at the window, mug warming my hands, and watch the town of Aspen Ridge disappear under a blanket of white. It's happening again. 2 years later, almost to the day. Deja vu is a funny thing. A trick of the mind, a glitch in the matrix. Or maybe it's the universe's way of telling you that you're right where you're supposed to be. That's when the little brass bell above the shop door chimes, a sharp, clear sound against the muffled roar of the wind. A blast of frigid air and swirling snow rushes inside, carrying with it a tall, broad-shouldered figure who stamps the snow from his boots on the welcome mat. My breath catches, a sharp, painful little snag in my chest, because even as a silhouette against the blinding white of the storm, I know him. I would know him anywhere.
Chapter 2. Jax. The rotors of the helicopter beat a slow, reluctant rhythm against the increasingly heavy air as I bring her down on the airstrip. It's less of a landing and more of a surrender. The sky over Aspen Ridge has turned the color of a bad mood, and the snow isn't just falling anymore. It's a solid, driving wall of white. Pushing through this would be a fool's errand, and whatever else I might be, I'm not a fool. I'm a pilot. And a pilot knows when the sky says no. After securing the bird, I trudge through the deepening snow toward the small airfield office, the wind biting at any exposed inch of skin. Inside, That old-timer with a face like a road map and a name tag that reads, Hank, is listening to the weather report with a grim expression. She's a big one, all right, he says without looking up, and then gestures with a thumb toward a sputtering coffee pot. Help yourself. You'll be here a while. I pour a cup of what tastes like burnt ambition and stare out at the storm. Any chance of a break before morning? Hank lets out a wheezing laugh. Son, you'll be lucky if you can see your own hand in front of your face in an hour. This ain't your city flurry. This is a mountain blizzard. She makes her own rules. I rub the back of my neck, a familiar tension coiling there. It's a gesture I've been told I do when I'm stressed or trying to solve a problem. Right now, my entire life feels like one big, unsolvable problem. A life with a 6-month-sized hole blown right through the middle of it. The doctors called it partial retrograde amnesia, a neat, clinical term for a chaotic, terrifying reality. They told me the brain is a funny thing. It protects itself, sometimes by walling off memories too difficult to process. They said the memories might come back in flashes, or they might not. Ever. 6 months. Gone. A blank page in the story of me. It's been 2 years since I was diagnosed, and I still can't come to terms with it. Town's got an inn, right? I ask, pulling my mind back to the immediate, manageable problem of finding shelter. The Aspen View, or something. Hank shakes his head, turning down the radio. Booked solid. The second that storm warning went out, every tourist with half a brain cell decided to extend their stay. The diner's already closing up. Sheriff's about to shut down the main road. Town's going into hibernation. Great, I mutter. So I'm stranded in a town that's shutting down around me. It's a feeling I'm getting used to. Hank studies me for a moment, his gaze surprisingly sharp. You're a pilot, right? Search and rescue? I nod. Thought so. Got that look about you. Calm in the face of chaos. He drains his own mug. Listen, there is one place that'll stay open as long as she can. The final chapter. It's the bookstore on Main Street. A bookstore. I must look as skeptical as I feel because he continues, a slight smile touching his lips. It's the heart of this town, son. Kiana, she's the owner. She's a good soul. Keeps the coffee on and the fire going for anyone who gets stuck. It's the warmest place in Aspen Ridge. And I ain't just talking about the heat. I should argue I should insist on finding a proper room, a motel, anything. But I don't. Because as soon as he says the name of the place, the final chapter, something flickers inside me. Not a memory, not even a feeling, really. Just a low, resonant hum, like a tuning fork struck somewhere deep in my chest. A sense of rightness. And a logical pull toward a place I've never heard of. My brain is a minefield of these phantom sensations. A certain scent will make my breath catch. A song on the radio will make my throat tighten. My doctors say they're echoes, sensory ghosts of the memories I've lost. Most of the time, they're just frustrating. This one, though. This one feels different. It feels like a heading. A course to follow. Thanks, Hank, I say, grabbing my duffel bag. Appreciate the tip. Stay safe out there, he calls after me. The storm's got teeth. He's not wrong. The walk to Main Street is a battle. The wind howls like a wounded animal, and the snow is so thick I can barely see 10 feet ahead. It's disorienting, isolating, but that strange hum in my chest grows stronger with every step, a compass needle pointing me forward. I feel like I'm walking towards something important, a destination I've been searching for without even knowing it. Then I see it. Through the swirling snow, a warm golden light spills from a large picture window. A charming hand-painted sign reads, "The Final Chapter." I stop, my boots sinking into the snow, and just stare. For a second, I could swear I've stood in this exact spot before, felt the same biting wind, and looked at this same welcoming light. The sense of déjà vu is so strong, it's dizzying. I shake my head, trying to clear the fog. It's just the cold, the exhaustion. I'm a man with a broken memory. I can't trust these feelings. But my feet are already moving, carrying me up the 2 short steps to the heavy wooden door. I push it open, a small brass bell chiming merrily above my head, and the world shifts. It's the warmth first, a soft, enveloping heat that smells of a crackling fire. Then the scents hit me. Brewing coffee, old paper, pine needles from a Christmas tree I can see in the corner, and something else. Something sweet and spicy, like vanilla and cloves. The combination is intoxicating, and it hits me with like a physical blow, staggering me. My breath catches. My heart does a strange, unfamiliar 2-step against my ribs. Because this place... God, this place feels like coming home.
Chapter 3. Kiana. Time, as a concept, ceases to exist. The world narrows to the tall, snow-dusted figure standing in my doorway, the scent of the storm clinging to him like a second skin. He pushes the door shut, and the howl of the wind is cut off, leaving a ringing silence that is somehow louder. And then he turns. My heart does a painful, violent lurch against my ribs, 1 beat for the shell of the man I remember, and 1 for the terrifying stranger who has taken his place. It's him. 2 years have carved new lines around his eyes. A faint scar bisects one of his eyebrows, and his shoulders seem broader, heavier, but it's him, Jackson Brewer, the man who walked into my life with a blizzard and blew out of it with the morning sun, taking a piece of my soul with him. He is the beginning of my son's story, the missing first page. And he's here. He came back. A wild, stupid, and utterly traitorous hope ignites in my chest, a wildfire that threatens to burn through all my carefully constructed defenses. My hand, slick with a sudden sweat, finds the worn edge of the counter, my knuckles turning white as I grip it for support. I'm distantly aware of Noel, still balanced on my hip, his little hand fisted in the collar of my sweater. My arm tightens around him, a purely primal instinct to shield him from the man who is half of his DNA. He runs a hand through his sandy blonde hair, dislodging flakes of snow that melt and disappear into the strands. His gaze sweeps the room, taking in the fairy lights, the overflowing shelves, the crackling fire. It's a polite, appreciative glance, the look of a tourist, not a man returning to a memory. No. Don't go there, Kiana. Don't borrow trouble. He walks toward the counter, his boots making soft, damp sounds on the wooden floor. Every step he takes is a lifetime. My breath is a prisoner in my lungs, waiting for the moment his eyes truly meet mine, and the flash of recognition lights them from within. The moment he says my name. He stops a few feet away, and his gaze finally settles on me. They're just as I remember. Green. A clear, startling green that could make a woman forget her own name. But the warmth I remember, the easy intimacy that had made me feel like the only person in the world, isn't there. They are kind eyes, yes, but they are the kind eyes of a stranger. A polite, charming, and completely devastatingly blank smile touches his lips. Hi, he says in a pleasant rumble that vibrates through the floorboards and straight up my spine. Sorry to barge in. The guy at the airfield, Hank, said this was the best place to wait out the storm. He extends a hand. I'm Jax, by the way. Jax Brewer. The wildfire of hope in my chest is extinguished in an instant, drowned by a sudden freezing flood. The name, his own name, offered to me as if it's a piece of new information, is the cruelest kind of blow. He doesn't remember. He has no idea who I am. Damn hell, what did I expect? I'm just a fling. The air in the shop, once so cozy and fragrant with coffee and pine, suddenly feels thick and suffocating. A cold dread, slick and oily, coils in the pit of my stomach, my carefully constructed peace. The life I have painstakingly built for myself and my son, from the ashes of a single perfect night, shatters into a million pieces. I stare at his outstretched hand, this hand I know intimately, and feel a hysterical laugh bubble up in my throat. I swallow it down. It tastes like ash. I am a stranger to him. A whole universe happened between us. A whole human being was created from it, and for him, it's a blank page. Somehow I find my voice. It doesn't sound like my own. It's thin, reedy. A stranger's voice for a stranger. Kiana, I say, my name a foreign word on my tongue. I don't take his hand. I can't. My own is fused to the counter, the only thing holding me upright. Welcome to the final chapter. My response is clipped, barely polite, but he doesn't seem to notice. His smile remains, easy and unbothered. He's a man used to being in control, used to finding solutions. Right now, I am just a part of the scenery in his current problem, being stranded. Thanks, Kiana, he says, letting his hand drop. Smells amazing in here. I was wondering if... He cuts off. His gaze, which had been fixed on my face, drifts slightly to the side. It drops, moving past my shoulder. A subtle shift, but on his face the change is seismic. His polite, charming smile doesn't fade. It freezes. The easy warmth in his green eyes vanishes, replaced by a sudden, laser-like intensity. The focused, steady look of a pilot calculating a trajectory, solving an impossible equation. And I realize, with a fresh wave of cold terror, what he's looking at, what he's hearing. From my hip, Noel, who has been watching this entire exchange with wide, curious eyes, lets out a happy, gurgling coo.
Chapter 4. Jax. The sound is a happy, nonsensical string of babble, the kind of sound that should make the cozy bookstore feel even warmer. Instead, it feels like a switch has been flipped, plunging the room into a strange, pressurized silence. The woman, Kiana, is holding a toddler on her hip. A little boy with a cloud of dark, curly hair and curious brown eyes. My polite smile feels stiff on my face, a mask that doesn't fit right. My gaze is locked on the kid. It's an involuntary reaction, a pull I can't explain. It's the same illogical hum I felt walking down the street, that sense of heading toward a destination, only now it's amplified, a low thrumming under my skin. Sorry, Kiana says, and her voice is tight, strained. She shifts the boy on her hip. We're in the middle of everything. She gestures vaguely around the shop, but she isn't looking at the books. She's looking at me, her expression unreadable behind her silver-rimmed glasses. There's a tension in her that wasn't there a moment ago, a rigid set to her shoulders. He's a cute kid, I say, the words sounding hollow and automatic. I take a step closer, drawn by that same invisible string. My pilot's mind, the part of me that is all logic and checklists, is screaming that this is weird, that I'm acting weird. But I can't stop. A strange, protective warmth is spreading through my chest, an instinct I have absolutely no right to feel. Kiana's grip on the boy tightens. This is Noel. Hey, Noel! The name feels familiar on my tongue, which is ridiculous. Everything feels familiar in this town, in this shop. It's just a side effect of the fog I live in now. I crouch down to his level, resting my hands on my knees. Up close, the boy is a whirlwind of energy, his little legs kicking against his mother's side. He gives me a wide, drooly smile, and that's when I see it. The first piece of the puzzle that doesn't fit. A tiny, perfect cleft right in the center of his chin. It's an exact mirror of my own. My brain stalls. It's a coincidence. Has to be. It's a common enough trait. My dad has it. I have it. It doesn't mean anything. But the sight of it sends a jolt through me, a glitch in my internal wiring. I try to keep my voice casual. That's quite a chin you've got there, buddy. Noel just babbles, reaching a chubby hand toward me. And then he looks right at me, and the world tilts on its axis, because I am staring into my own eyes. It's not just the color, that specific shade of green that's not quite forest and not quite sea. It's the shape, the way they're set, the little flecks of gold near the pupil. It is an undeniable, impossible reflection. The logical part of my brain is now officially offline. All I feel is a rising tide of confusion, so thick and disorienting, it's like hypoxia at 30,000 feet. My hand reaches to the back of my neck, rubbing the tense muscles there. This isn't a phantom echo. This is a klaxon horn, a 5-alarm fire in my head. Kiana says nothing. She just watches me, her expression guarded, her beautiful face a mask of impenetrable calm that only makes the screaming in my head louder. That's uncanny, I try to say, my voice raspy. I feel a desperate need for proof, for data, for anything that makes sense. My fingers, clumsy and numb, fumble for my wallet. I flip it open to the small, worn photograph my mom insisted I carry. It's me when I was about 2. A little kid with a mess of sandy blonde hair, a goofy, chin-forward smile, and the exact same green eyes. I look from the smiling boy in the photo to the curious toddler in Kiana's arms. The resemblance is staggering. It's not just a passing similarity. It's a blueprint, a copy, a ghost of my own face staring back at me. What is going on? The question is a low whisper, directed at myself as much as at her. Kiana's silence is an answer in itself, an answer I don't have the key to decode. She just holds her son, her living, breathing secret, and waits. I don't understand, I say, standing up slowly, my legs feeling unsteady. I'm a problem solver. I take chaotic situations and I find the logical path through them. But there is no logic here. There is only a beautiful woman with haunted eyes and a little boy who wears my face. The hum in my chest is a roar now, a powerful, possessive, protective roar that makes no sense. My gaze snaps back to Kiana, my pilot's focus zeroing in on her. The warmth of the bookstore, the cozy lights, the smell of coffee, it all fades into the background. All that exists is the impossible, terrifying equation in front of me. I look from the impossible cleft in Noel's chin to the impossible green of his eyes. And then I look at the woman holding him, the woman who looked at me like she was seeing a ghost. And the spiraling confusion in my head finally coalesces into a single, sharp, and terrifying point. My voice is low, strained, stripped of all its earlier politeness. Where's his father?
Chapter 5. Kiana. The question hangs in the air, sharp and heavy as a shard of ice. Where's his father? My body, of its own accord, takes a half step back, pulling Noel tighter against my chest. Every maternal instinct I possess screams at me to lie, to create a story, a fiction, a shield. He's not in the picture. 3 simple words. A clean, easy lie that would end this, send this ghost back out into the storm, and leave my carefully constructed world intact. My heart is a frantic bird beating against the cage of my ribs, desperate for the safety of that lie. But the words won't come. They die on my tongue, tasting of cowardice, because the truth is staring at him from my arms. The truth is in Noel's stubborn chin and his impossible green eyes. To deny that truth feels like a betrayal, not of the man standing before me, but of my son. My whole life, I've found solace and strength in stories, in the truths they tell. I will not start my son's story with a lie. This isn't some Victorian novel where I'm forced to hide my child away in shame. I have done nothing wrong. I look at Jax, really look at him. I'm searching for the man I remember, the one who spoke of the stars with a poet's soul, who listened to my dreams with an intensity that made me feel seen for the first time in my life. I can't find him in the hard, confused lines of this stranger's face. All I see is a man searching for an answer. his pilot's gaze assessing a situation that has gone terrifyingly off course. There is no accusation in his eyes, only a profound, shell-shocked confusion. That confusion is what undoes me. It's a vulnerability that cracks through my anger and my fear. I push my silver-rimmed glasses up on my nose, a familiar, grounding motion in a world that's tilted off its axis. My throat is tight, and I know my voice will tremble, but the words must be said. Tears I didn't know were there begin to blur the edges of the cozy, firelit room. We met during the blizzard, I begin, my voice a raw whisper. 2 years ago. He was a pilot like you. His flight was grounded, and he came in here to find shelter from the storm. I watch his face for any flicker of recognition, any sign that this story is ringing a distant bell in the hollows of his mind. There is nothing. He just listens, his expression a mask of intense concentration, like he's trying to memorize the details of a mission report, a mission he can't remember flying. The first tear escapes, tracing a hot path down my cheek. I don't wipe it away. Let him see what he's done. Let him see the ghost of the wreckage he left behind. There isn't a simple way to say this, I continue, the words tasting like rust and regret. So I'm just going to say it. I take a shaky breath, meeting his lost, searching gaze with my own. You're his father, Jax. The words fall into the silence between us, and the silence shatters. But there is no explosion, no denial, no anger. The reaction is somehow worse. The confusion on his face deepens into a vast, empty landscape of utter blankness. He doesn't move. He doesn't even seem to breathe. He just stares at me, and then his gaze drops to Noel, who is now watching him with a solemn, curious intensity. That's not possible, he says, but there's no conviction in his voice. It's the automatic response of a man whose instruments are giving him a reading that defies the laws of physics. His chin, I say, my voice thick with unshed tears. His eyes. Look at him, Jax. Just look at him. He does. He looks from Noel to the small faded photograph still clutched in his hand, his own face as a child staring back at him. A muscle feathers in his jaw, a tiny telltale sign of the war raging inside him. His hand moves to his neck, rubbing the tense muscle there, the gesture so painfully, achingly familiar it feels like a punch to the gut. I would remember, he whispers, his voice ragged. A night like that. A woman like you. I would remember. And there it is. The ghost of the one I knew, but he's not saying it to me, Kiana. He's saying it to the stranger in the bookstore, a theoretical woman in a theoretical night he can't recall. But you don't, I state, the fact a cold, hard stone in my chest. No, the word is final, empty. He finally looks away from Noel, his gaze unfocused as he stares into the fire. I was in an accident, he says, his voice flat and detached. A bad one. My chopper went down during a rescue mission in the Rockies, almost 2 years ago. My hand flies to my mouth, a horrified gasp escaping. 2 years? Not recently. He doesn't seem to notice my reaction, lost in the blank spaces of his own mind. It was right after New Year's. I woke up in a hospital weeks later with a hole in my memory. The doctors call it partial retrograde amnesia. There's a block of time, about 6 months of my life that's just gone. He finally turns to look at me, and the desolation in his tortured eyes is a cavern. That block of missing time starts June to December, 2 years ago. The pieces click into place, forming a picture of such profound, tragic irony that I almost want to laugh. He didn't leave me. He didn't abandon us. He was in a helicopter crash. The reason he never called, the reason he disappeared wasn't a choice. He lost us. We were a chapter in his life that was violently ripped out, and he never even knew the pages were missing. The anger that has been my constant companion for 2 years evaporates, leaving behind a hollow, aching grief for what we both lost. He looks so utterly, completely lost, a man adrift in his own life. The storm outside rages, a physical manifestation of the tempest that has just torn through my store, through my life, for the second time. He is a stranger, yes, but he is a stranger with my son's eyes. He is a stranger who is the other half of my child, and he is a man in distress. And in this moment, all the pain, all the fear, all the heartbreak solidifies into a single, clear, unavoidable course of action. I can't fix his memory. I can't undo the last 2 years. But I can control this. I can control the next 5 minutes. My voice, when I finally speak, is clear and steady, cutting through the emotional chaos. It is the voice of a woman who is, once again, taking charge. The roads are closed, I say, my gaze unwavering. You're staying here.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner, because you might just forget to feed your family.
tylerwalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler.
Chapter 6. Jax. I follow her up a narrow, creaking staircase at the back of the shop, my duffel bag slung over one shoulder. Each step feels weighted, heavy with the impossible revelations of the last hour. You're his father. The words echo in the ringing silence, a constant, looping refrain in the chaos of my mind. At the top of the stairs, she pushes open a door, and I step from the world of books into the world of Kiana. And I'm hit with it again. That same staggering, illogical sense of coming home. The apartment is small and cozy, bathed in the warm, ambient glow of a few strategically placed lamps. The air up here is even more potent with that sweet and spicy scent I noticed downstairs. Vanilla and cloves, coming from a small candle flickering on a bookshelf. It's a scent that feels like it should be tangled up in my own memories, a ghost on the collar of a shirt I can't remember wearing. My gaze is a restless thing, darting around the room, trying to catalog details, trying to find the source of this profound, disorienting familiarity. It snags on a handmade quilt draped over the back of a comfortable-looking armchair, its pattern a chaotic mix of blues and greens. I feel a phantom memory of that specific pattern, the texture of it under my fingertips. It's a ghost of a sensation, there and then gone, leaving a hollow ache in its wake. This entire place feels like that, a room full of ghosts. You can put your bag down, Kiana says, her voice quiet. She's avoiding my eyes, her focus entirely on Noel, who's starting to fuss, his cheerful babble turning into a sleepy, discontented whine. I drop my bag by the door, feeling like an intruder, a large, clumsy variable inserted into an equation that had already been solved. Kiana moves through the space with an easy, practiced grace, her world now shrunk to the needs of her son. I just stand there, a statue in a life I apparently helped create. "It's his bedtime," she says, the statement not quite an apology, not quite an explanation. She carries him toward a hallway I assume leads to the bedrooms. I should say something, offer to help. But what the hell would I even do? I'm a search and rescue pilot. I know how to navigate a whiteout, how to splint a broken leg, how to hoist a stranded hiker to safety. I don't know the first thing about babies, especially not a baby who is mine. The word feels foreign, ill-fitting, like a uniform that belongs to someone else. So I just watch. I'm a spectator to a life that should have been mine to share. She disappears into a room, and I hear the soft sounds of a bedtime routine. A gentle shushing, the crinkle of a diaper change, her voice, a low melodic hum as she sings a lullaby. It's a simple, everyday ritual, but for me it's a punch to the gut. A visceral depiction of everything I've missed, everything I didn't even know existed. A knot of something thick and painful tightens in my chest, making it hard to draw a full breath. It's loss. A profound, suffocating loss for a past I can't access. A few minutes later, she emerges, leaving the door to Noel's room cracked just enough for a sliver of light to cut through the hallway's darkness. The lamplight catches her, and for the very first time since I walked in, my brain seems to process more than just the impossible situation. It processes her. Her skin is the color of rich, dark coffee. It seems to absorb the warm glow of the room, making her look both soft and strong at the same time. Her hair is pulled back in a loose, messy knot, but a few thick locks have escaped, framing a face that is all sharp, intelligent angles and weary softness. Behind her silver-rimmed glasses, her dark eyes, the ones I saw a universe of shock in downstairs, are exhausted. She looks like a woman who has been carrying the weight of the world, and I'm beginning to understand that I'm the one who put it on her shoulders. She moves with a careful, guarded posture, as if she's braced for another impact. "The spare room is this way," she says, her voice still quiet, still strained. I follow her to a small, neat room at the end of the hall. It contains a simple iron bed, a wooden dresser, and a single window that looks out into the swirling abyss of the storm. It's clean, impersonal, a guest room. That's what I am, a guest in my own son's house. The bathroom is across the hall. There are clean towels on the dresser. Her movements are efficient, her words clipped. She's giving me the briefing for a mission. All business, it's a defense, a wall, and I'm the thing she's defending herself against. "Thank you," I say, the words feeling utterly inadequate. "For this, for everything." She gives a single sharp nod, her gaze fixed somewhere over my shoulder. Try to get some rest. She turns to leave, and an irrational panic flares in my chest. "Kiana, wait!" She pauses in the doorway, her back still to me. I'm sorry," I say, the words clumsy. "For whatever I did. For not being here." She's silent for a long moment. When she finally speaks, her voice is barely a whisper. "You had a helicopter crash, Jax? It's not something you did?" She says it like a fact, like she's reading it from a report. But there's a tremor in the words, a crack in her carefully constructed wall. And then she's gone, pulling the door softly shut behind her. Alone, the silence of the room is deafening. I drop onto the edge of the bed, my head in my hands. I stare at my reflection in the dark window, but I don't recognize the man looking back at me. Who is he? Is he the honorable man I've always believed myself to be? The man who runs toward danger to save others? Or is he the kind of man who could walk away from a woman like Kiana, from a child with his own eyes, and never look back? The amnesia has always been a frustration, a medical anomaly. Now it feels like a character flaw, a moral failing. How could a man simply forget something? Someone so important. My gaze drifts to the nightstand beside the bed. There's a single book there, its blue cover worn, its spine softened with use. I pick it up. The Odyssey. I run my thumb over the frayed edge of the cover, the texture familiar. Another sensory ghost. I open it to a random page, the words blurring in the dim light. And then it happens. It's not a sight. It's a sound, a whisper in the farthest corner of my mind, as faint and fleeting as a dream. It's a woman's voice, warm and laced with laughter, Kiana's voice, and it's saying a single line of text from the page in front of me. There is a time for many words, and there is also a time for sleep. The phantom sound is so clear, so real, it makes the hair on my arms stand up. I blink and it's gone. Vanished, leaving behind only the roaring silence and the frustrating, maddening certainty that it was real. That she was real. That we were real. And I am the one who has been lost at sea.
Chapter 7. Kiana. Sleep, when it finally came, was a shallow, restless thing, populated by the past. I wake long before the sun, the pre-dawn light casting a bruised purple glow through the apartment windows. The world outside is utterly silent, buried under a thick blanket of snow. But in my head, it's loud. My first thought, my first instinct always, is Noel. I slip out of bed, my bare feet silent on the cold wooden floor, and tiptoe to his room. The door is cracked just as I left it. In the soft glow of his starry nightlight, I can see the gentle rise and fall of his chest. He's sprawled on his back, a tangle of limbs and soft flannel, his little mouth slightly open. A fierce, painful love constricts my chest. He is my anchor, my truth, the one solid thing in my world that has just been knocked off its axis. My second thought is of the man sleeping in my spare room, the past in my house. I find him in the living room. He's already awake, fully dressed in jeans and a dark Henley that stretches across his broad shoulders. He's standing at the large window, a dark silhouette against the pale, snowy landscape, his hands shoved into his pockets. He hasn't heard me. He's perfectly still, but there's a tension in his posture, a coiled energy that makes the quiet room feel charged. For a wild, heart-stopping moment, he looks like the man from a few years ago, the man who stood at this very window with me, our mugs of coffee, warming our hands, as we watched the first blizzard of our week together transform the world. We had talked for hours, our conversation weaving from books to dreams to the stars. An easy, intoxicating intimacy building between us with every shared story. But then he turns, alerted by some shift in the air, and the illusion shatters. The man I knew is gone. This man's eyes are full of a weary confusion, his face etched with a frustration that is painful to watch. He is a stranger. "Morning," he rumbles, his voice breaking the quiet. "You're up early," I reply, my own voice carefully neutral. I retreat to the safety of the kitchen, putting a physical barrier between us, an island of butcher's block that suddenly feels as wide as the Grand Canyon. "Couldn't sleep." A classic line from a tragic hero. Jane Eyre, probably. I busy myself with the familiar grounding ritual of making coffee, my movements a little too quick, a little too precise. The scoop, the water, the click of the button. Control the coffee. Control the world. Or something like that. "Do you take it black?" The question slips out before I can stop it. A test. A stupid, hopeful, masochistic little test. The Jax I knew took it with a splash of milk and no sugar. He grabs his neck. That gesture that is both an answer and a fresh stab to my heart. "Black is fine. Thanks." Of course. He doesn't remember. What has he been drinking for the past 2 years? I'm the only one haunted by the ghosts of his preferences. I pour 2 mugs, hand him one without meeting his eyes, and lean against the counter, wrapping my hands around the comforting warmth. The silence stretches, thick and suffocating, broken only by the gurgle of the coffee maker. He takes a sip, his gaze drifting back to the window. "It's still coming down hard." "It's a mountain blizzard," I say, words a hollow echo of the airfield operators. "She makes her own rules." He looks at me then, his green eyes sharp with a question. Is that what he said? My breath catches. Who? Hank. At the airfield, he said the same thing. It's a common saying around here. Another lie of omission. It's what I said to him 2 years ago, right here in this kitchen. A little piece of our shared past, floating in the air, completely invisible to him. It makes me feel both crazy and desperately sad. Noel saves me. His familiar fussy cry, signaling that he's awake and demands an audience. It's a relief to have a reason to move, a purpose. I retrieve him from his crib, his warm, sleepy body a comfort against mine. When I return to the kitchen, Jax is still standing by the window, but his attention is now fully on us. There's a strange look on his face, a mixture of awe, confusion, and a deep, soul-shaking sorrow. It's the look of a man staring at a treasure he doesn't remember bearing. Breakfast is a tense, stilted affair. I toast bread and scramble eggs, moving on autopilot. We sit at the small kitchen table, Noel in his high chair between us, happily smearing banana on his face, the only one of us oblivious to the monumental, unspoken thing that fills the room. The silence is a physical presence. Jax eats, his movements economical, his gaze constantly drifting from me to Noel and back again, the gears in his mind visibly turning. He sets his fork down with a decisive click. I need to call someone. My fingers pull at a lock, twisting it tightly. Who? Dr. Peterson, George Peterson. He says the name like he's testing it. I have his number in my phone. He's the doctor who treated me after the accident. He's retired, but he still consults. He knows my case better than anyone. Also, he's the best in this field. It's an honorable move, the move of a good man trying to make sense of an impossible situation. He's not running, he's not denying, he's seeking verification. But it still feels like a slap. He needs a doctor to confirm that the life I've been living, that the child sitting between us, is real. Okay, I say, my voice tight. I push my glasses up my nose. His office is just down the street, or it was. He sees people at his home now mostly. Jax pulls out his phone, his expression grim and focused. As he dials, Noel, who has finished his banana mural, begins to fuss, a low, discontented whine that starts to escalate. I move to get up, but Jax is already on his feet, the phone pressed to his ear. Hi, Dr. Peterson. It's Jax Brewer. He turns his back to me slightly, giving me a sliver of privacy, but his body is still angled toward Noel. The whining is getting louder, a prelude to a full-blown toddler tantrum. And then Jax does something that stops my heart. While still listening intently to the doctor on the phone, he reaches out, his large, capable hand gently taking hold of the high chair tray. He starts to rock it, a slow, steady, rhythmic motion. He doesn't even seem to be aware he's doing it. It's pure instinct, a deep, paternal instinct he has no right to possess. Noel's cries soften immediately, his big green eyes fixed on this strange new man. Jax catches his gaze, and still listening on the phone, his face breaks into a slow, gentle smile. He winks. And Noel, my son, who is usually so shy with strangers, giggles. The sound is a gut punch. I have to physically grip the edge of the table to keep myself steady, because in that single, unconscious gesture, in that shared smile, I see him. The man from just 2 years ago. The man who was so effortlessly charming, so naturally gentle. The father Noel should have had. A ghost and a promise, all in one devastating moment. Yeah, I understand, Jack says into the phone, his voice strained. He turns back to me, his face pale. He confirms everything, the timeline, the nature of the amnesia. He takes a deep breath, the pilot reasserting control. He said he can try to get over here later today, if the snow lets up. I can only nod, my throat too tight to speak. Kiana, Jack says, ending the call and pocketing his phone. His full attention is on me now, his gaze intense, searching. He told me to tell you something. What? I whisper. He looks from me to our son, who is now quietly playing with a spoon, and the sorrow on his face is a vast, empty ocean. He said, "Be careful with your heart, dear."
Chapter 8. Jax. The hours after the phone call are a special kind of hell. A quiet, cozy, vanilla and clove-scented hell. I exist in a state of suspended animation, a man on a flight delay with no destination. The storm continues its assault on the world outside, a relentless, roaring white that mirrors the static in my own head. Kiana is a ghost in her own home. She moves with a quiet, heartbreaking efficiency. Her attention a laser beam focused solely on Noel. She builds block towers with him on the floor. She reads to him from a colorful board book, her voice a soft, melodic murmur that I feel more than hear. She is a fortress, and her son is the treasure locked inside. I'm on the outside looking in. She has not met my eyes once since the phone call. Every time Noel laughs, a high-pitched, belly-deep sound of pure joy. It's a blow to my heart, a reminder of the 15 months of laughter I've missed, every time Kiana soothes a fussy cry or wipes his messy face. It's a demonstration of an intimacy I have no part in. I'm a stranger here, a stranger who happens to have the same DNA as the little boy playing on the floor. It's a fact my brain has accepted, but my heart, my memory, my soul, they're still trying to compute the impossible data. I'm an honorable man. I know this. It's the bedrock of who I am. I save people. I follow protocols. I do the right thing. And the right thing is not abandoning a woman and a child. The thought is so abhorrent, so antithetical to my own self-concept, that my mind keeps rejecting it, even in the face of the undeniable proof toddling around the living room. When the doorbell from the shop chimes downstairs, Kiana stiffens, a flicker of alarm in her dark eyes. "That'll be the doctor," I say, my voice sounding rough to my own ears. She gives a curt nod, scoops up Noel, and disappears down the hallway without a word, a silent retreat. A few moments later, I hear the murmur of her voice and the heavy tread of footsteps on the stairs. Dr. Peterson is a man who seems to defy the storm raging outside. He's tall and lean, with a shock of white hair and kind, intelligent eyes that seem to see right through the fog in my head. He radiates a sense of calm authority that I, as a pilot, intrinsically respect. "Jax," he says, voice a warm baritone as he shakes my hand. His grip is firm. "Good to see you on your feet, son." He looks around the small apartment, his gaze lingering on the quilt I couldn't stop staring at. "I have to admit I was surprised to hear where you'd landed, but then again, maybe I shouldn't be." He turns to Kiana, who has reappeared in the hallway, Noel on her hip. "Kiana, my dear, you're looking well, despite the circumstances." "Thank you for coming, George," she says, her voice soft but strained. "Can I get you some coffee?" "I'd love some." The three of us sit in the living room, a surreal little party. Kiana gives the doctor his coffee and then immediately busies herself with Noel in a corner, creating a clear and deliberate boundary. The message is clear. This is your guest. You handle him. Dr. Peterson takes a sip of his coffee and gets straight to the point. "You have questions?" "A few," I say, the understatement of the century. He nods, his expression sympathetic. "I'll tell you what I told you when you first woke up in that hospital bed. Your brain experienced a significant trauma. The mind, in its effort to protect itself, will sometimes build a wall around the memories associated with a period of intense stress or, in some cases, intense emotional significance. It's not a perfect science. It's less like a deleted file and more like a corrupted one. The data is in there somewhere, but the pathways to access it have been damaged." His words are calm, clinical. They are exactly what the logical, pilot part of my brain needs to hear. Data. Analysis. So the memories, they might not come back. They might not, he confirms gently. Or they might. Sometimes a sound, a scent, a physical action can act as a key and unlock a piece of it. But there are no guarantees. He leans forward slightly. I can tell you this, Jax. I remember you being here. I saw you around town that week, during the last big blizzard. You were here for the better part of a week, waiting for the storm to clear. His words land like stones, each one adding more weight to the impossible truth. He continues, his gaze shifting to Kiana for a second. And I remember seeing you in this very bookstore. You seemed quite taken with the local scenery, particularly the owner. My breath catches. It's one thing to hear it from Kiana, the woman at the center of this storm. It's another to hear it from a neutral, trusted third party. The walls of my denial are crumbling, brick by brick. Dr. Peterson finishes his coffee and stands. I'll leave you two to talk. But I want to give you a piece of advice, Jax. Not as a doctor, but as a man who has seen a thing or two. He waits until he has my full attention. You're a man of honor. I can see it in your eyes. And your sense of duty is screaming at you right now. But duty is about what you think you should do. It's a checklist. A choice. A choice is about what your heart tells you is right, even when your head can't make sense of it. After he leaves, the silence he leaves behind is heavier than before. Kiana is still in her corner, a fortress of maternal solitude. I walk to the window, watching the doctor's retreating form get swallowed by the snow. Duty versus choice. My duty is clear. I should stay. I should provide financial support. I should be a father, by definition. A checklist. But the doctor is right. It's more than that. It's the illogical pull I felt walking to this bookstore. It's the staggering sense of homecoming I felt walking through the door. It's the fierce, protective warmth that flooded my chest when I first saw Noel. It's not memory. It's something else. Something deeper. A feeling. A choice. I turn from the window. She's watching me, her expression still guarded. There's a flicker of something else in her dark eyes. A question. I walk downstairs into her world. The bookstore is quiet, a sanctuary of stories. She follows me, keeping a careful distance. I stop in the center of the shop, surrounded by the lives and worlds of 1,000 other people. I'm not leaving, I say, the words clear and steady in the quiet space. She says nothing, just watches me, her arms folded over her chest. And not just until the storm breaks, I continue, taking a step closer. She doesn't retreat. This isn't about duty, Kiana, or a past I can't remember. This is about him. I gesture toward the ceiling, toward the apartment where our son is sleeping. This is about the present. I want to be his father, not just on a birth certificate. I want to be a part of his life. I see a flicker of surprise on her face, the barest crack in her formidable armor. She had expected a debate, a denial, an escape plan. I'm offering an unconditional surrender. I take another step, closing the distance between us until I can see the faint, beautiful lines radiating from the corners of her eyes. I am a stranger asking for the world, asking for a story. My story. My voice is a low, desperate plea. Tell me about him, about us.
Chapter 9. Kiana. His request hangs in the peace and quiet of the bookstore. A dare I'm not sure I'm brave enough to accept. Tell me about us. There was no us. There was a week. A perfect, snow-dusted, fire-lit week that felt like the beginning of a whole novel. But it was just the prologue. A prologue he can't even remember reading. How do you summarize a universe? How do you narrate the story of a man's own heart back to him? There isn't much to tell, I say, my words a flimsy shield. My hands find a lock, the familiar twisting motion, a weak anchor in a churning sea. You were stranded. I had a spare room. The end. a muscle feathers in his jaw. I was here for a week, Kiana. That's what Dr. Peterson said. A man doesn't spend a week snowed in with a woman and have there be not much to tell. His logic is infuriating. It's the direct, competent reasoning of a pilot, a problem solver. And I am the problem he is trying to solve. He's right, of course. A whole world happened in that week. A world that created the one sleeping upstairs. I let out a breath that isn't quite a sigh, not quite a surrender. Fine. I turn and walk toward the fireplace at the back of the store, where 2 worn armchairs wait like patient old friends. It feels like the only place for this conversation. A confession is best told by firelight. But I'm going to need wine for this. In the kitchenette behind the counter, my hands are blessedly steady as I uncork a bottle of red wine, a deep, moody Merlot. I pour 2 glasses, the liquid a dark blood red in the soft light. It's the same wine we drank 2 years ago. Another stupid sentimental test. Another ghost I'm inviting to the table. When I return, he's already in one of the armchairs, the one my dad always used to claim. He's leaning forward, his forearms on his knees, the firelight carving his face into rugged planes of light and shadow. He looks like a man waiting for a verdict. I hand him a glass, our fingers brushing for just a fraction of a second. A jolt, sharp and unwelcome, sparks up my arm. I pull back too quickly, a few drops of wine sloshing onto the floor. Damn, I mutter, grabbing a napkin from the counter. I've got it, he says, but I'm already on my knees, dabbing at the dark stain on the wood. It's a ridiculous overreaction, a frantic need to do something, to fix the tiny, insignificant mess when the real one is sitting right in front of me, watching me with his 2 green, 2 empty eyes. I finally settle into the other chair, curling my legs beneath me, the wine glass a cool, solid weight in my hands. I take a long sip, letting the dark, fruity flavor fortify me. You arrived much like you did yesterday? I begin, my voice carefully measured, my gaze fixed on the dancing flames. It's easier than looking at him. A stranger in a snowstorm? I recount the story in a series of sterile, chronological facts. How Hank from the airfield sent him here, how I offered him the spare room, how, trapped by the blizzard, we fell into an easy rhythm. I tell him about the meals we cooked in my tiny kitchen, the music we listened to, the books we argued about. You hated Wuthering Heights, I say, a small, sad smile touching my lips. You said Heathcliff was a narcissistic jerk and Catherine was a masochist. I believe your exact words were, "It's not a love story. It's a hostage situation with pretty scenery." I risk a glance at him. He's watching me, his expression a mixture of intense fascination and a deep, churning frustration. He's trying. I can see him trying to connect the dots, to find himself in the story I'm telling. But he's listening to a biography of a stranger. Sounds like something I'd say, he admits, his voice rough. It was, I confirm, my gaze dropping back to the fire. I tell him about the day we spent hours shoveling a path in front of the shop, how we ended up in a stupid, breathless snowball fight that left us both soaked and laughing. I tell him about the night we sat right here, in these chairs, and he told me about his dream of flying since he was a kid, about the terrifying, beautiful silence of being alone above the clouds. With every memory I share, I feel like I'm giving a piece of myself away. I'm excavating my own heart, laying out the delicate, precious artifacts of that week for him to inspect with the detached curiosity of a museum visitor. It is the loneliest conversation of my life. I keep the narrative carefully curated. I focus on the emotional intimacy, the deep, soul-bearing conversations. I omit the rest. I don't talk about the way the air would crackle when we got too close. I don't talk about the first time he kissed me right over there in the poetry section. I don't talk about the nights we spent tangled together in my bed, our bodies learning a language our souls already seem to know. To speak of that now would be a violation, an obscenity. That intimacy belongs to the man I knew, not this ghost who wears his face. You quoted a line from the Odyssey. I whisper, the memory so clear it's painful. You said you felt like you'd been wandering for a long time, and that my bookstore, that I felt like home. He's silent for a long moment, staring into his wineglass. A muscle is pulsing in his jaw. Did I kiss you, Kiana? The question is a soft, devastating blow. My breath catches. I push my glasses up the bridge of my nose, a shield against the raw vulnerability in his eyes. You did. And we? He can't finish the sentence. He doesn't have to. Yes, Jax. The word is heavy, weighted with 2 years of solitude and a love I've carried alone. I close my eyes and whisper, I don't have to spell it out, do I? Noel's upstairs. He closes his eyes, a tortured expression on his face. He looks like a man at war with his own mind. When he opens them again, the frustration is back, sharper than before. I should feel something, he says, growling deeply. Hearing this, I should feel it, but it's like you're reading a book about someone else, I finish for him, the words tasting like ash. He nods, his gaze dropping to the floor. We sit in silence. The only sound, the crackle and hiss of the fire. The space between us is a chasm, filled with the ghosts of a life we almost had. He moves. He leans forward, his hand reaching across the space between us. My entire body tenses. His fingers, warm and hesitant, gently touch a single lock of my hair that has fallen across my shoulder. A jolt, white hot and immediate, shoots through me. It's not a memory, it's a current. A live wire. The air crackles. The scent of vanilla, cloves and wine, suddenly thick, intoxicating. My breath hitches. A sharp, painful little snag in my chest. For a single insane second, he is no longer a stranger. He is Jax. My Jax. He must feel it too. His eyes widen, a flash of pure shock in their green depths. He snatches his hand back as if he's been burned, his knuckles brushing my cheek in his haste. The fleeting touch of his skin against mine is an earthquake. He stares at his own hand, then back at me, his face a landscape of profound confusion and something else. Fear. He shakes his head slowly, a ragged breath escaping his lips. I'm sorry, he whispers, his voice hoarse. He looks utterly lost. I feel like I'm trespassing on someone else's memory.
Chapter 10. Jax. I wake up before dawn to the muffled silence of a world buried in snow. The guest room is cold, the air still and heavy. Sleep was a battlefield I lost, a restless tangle of phantom sensations and the ghost of a woman's voice quoting Greek poetry. I feel untethered, a man without a past drifting in a present that doesn't feel like my own. I pull on my clothes and pad out into the living room, a place that is simultaneously deeply familiar and utterly foreign. Kiana isn't up yet. The apartment is quiet, save for the hum of the refrigerator and the whisper of the wind against the windows. I stand in the room feeling too big, too clumsy for the delicate, ordered space she has created. I am chaos, an anomaly, a walking, talking paradox, a father who is a stranger. I can't stay in here. The walls are closing in, the cozy, vanilla-scented air thick with questions I can't answer. I need to move. I need a mission. Something physical and real to anchor me, to quiet the relentless static in my head. Downstairs, the bookstore is a cavern of sleeping stories. The only light is the soft, golden glow from the fairy lights and the pale, bruised light of dawn filtering through the snow-caked front window. I find a heavy coat and gloves hanging on a hook by the back door, and next to it, a sturdy-looking snow shovel. Purpose. Thank God. The cold hits me when I step outside, A clean, sharp shock that cuts through the mental fog. The snow has finally stopped, leaving behind a world transformed. Everything is buried under a thick, pristine blanket of white. The silence absolute. It's beautiful, but it's the beauty of isolation. I start with the walkway in front of the shop, the rhythmic scrape of the shovel against the stone, a welcome grounding sound. I fall into the work, letting the physical exertion burn away the frustration. Scrape, lift, toss, scrape, lift, toss. It's a simple, solvable problem. The snow is the chaos. My shovel is the order. My mind quiets. I'm not a man with amnesia. I'm not a stranger father. I'm just a man, moving snow. I'm so lost in the rhythm of the work that I don't hear the shop door open. It's the sound of a child's delighted gasp that breaks through my focus. I turn. Kiana is standing in the doorway, a heavy sweater thrown over her pajamas. Her arms are crossed over her chest, her posture wary. But it's the little boy bundled up in a puffy blue snowsuit standing beside her who has my attention. He's pointing a mittened hand at the huge pile of snow I've created. His eyes, those impossibly green eyes, are wide with wonder. On pure instinct, I grin. I scoop up a shovelful of light, powdery snow and toss it high into the air. It explodes in a glittering cloud, catching the first rays of the morning sun. Noel lets out a shriek of pure, unadulterated joy. A belly laugh that echoes in the silent, snowy street. And the sound, it cuts right through me. It bypasses the broken pathways of my brain, the static of my confusion, and hits me square in the center of my chest. It's not a memory, it's a feeling. A powerful gut punch of a feeling. A pure, uncomplicated warmth that spreads through me, chasing away the cold. I feel my own smile widen, a real smile, not the polite mask I've been wearing. I do it again and he laughs even harder, clapping his mittens together. Kiana watches us, her expression unreadable behind her glasses. The guard is still there, but the rigid set of her shoulders has softened almost imperceptibly. After I've cleared the entire walkway and the steps, I follow them back inside. The warmth of the shop envelops me, chasing the last of the chill from my bones. Kiana has the coffee on, and the rich aroma fills the air. "Thank you," she says, her voice low. She still won't meet my eyes. "You didn't have to do that." "I needed to," I say, and it's the truest thing I've said since I got here. While she gets Noel out of his snowsuit, I walk around the shop, my hands in my pockets. I'm trying to see it as just a bookstore, but it's no use. It feels like her. Every curated display, every cozy reading nook, every string of fairy lights. It's a reflection of the woman I'm slowly, confusingly starting to see. Kiana walks behind the counter, her boots making a soft sound on the floorboards. Except for one. One board lets out a high-pitched, grating squeak every time she steps on it. I watch her cross back and forth, and the sound grates on my nerves. It's a flaw in an otherwise perfect system. A problem. "That's going to drive you crazy," I say, walking over. She looks up, surprised. "I'm used to it. It's been doing that for months." "Got a toolbox?" She hesitates, a flicker of uncertainty on her face. Then she seems to give in, a tiny, almost invisible sigh escaping her lips. "Under the counter." The toolbox is old, but meticulously organized. I find a pry bar, a hammer, and a few long nails. It's another mission. Another solvable problem. I kneel, examining the board. Kiana watches me, her arms crossed again. A silent, wary observer. I find the spot, wedge the pry bar, and with a single efficient movement, lift the board just enough to reset it. A few carefully placed taps of the hammer, and it's done. I stand up, brushing the dust from my jeans. "Try it now." She takes a hesitant step onto the board. Silence. She steps off and on again. Nothing but the soft thud of her boot. A small, surprised smile touches her lips. It's the first genuine smile she's given me, and it transforms her face, erasing some of the weariness from her eyes. For a split second, I see the ghost of the woman from Kiana's story, the woman who laughed in a snowball fight, the woman who argued about classic literature by the fire. "How did you do that?" she asks, a note of real wonder in her voice. I shrug, feeling a warmth that has absolutely nothing to do with the fireplace. "I'm good at fixing things." Just not myself, a voice in my head adds. "Thank you," she says again, and this time she meets my eyes. The guard is down just for a second, and I see a flicker of the woman from my phantom memory. The woman who felt like home. Later, after a breakfast that feels slightly less like a hostage negotiation, Kiana is tidying the living room. I'm putting the tools back under the counter in the shop when my gaze lands on the mantelpiece above the fireplace. It's lined with a few framed pictures. My eyes are drawn to one in the center. It's a photograph of a much younger Kiana, maybe 16 or 17. Her hair is different, shorter, but her smile is the same, wide and brilliant. She's standing between a man and a woman, her arms linked with theirs. The man has a kind, gentle face and Kiana's warm eyes. The woman is beautiful, with a proud, happy expression. They're all beaming, a perfect picture of familial joy. It's a glimpse into her story, a chapter written long before I stumbled into it. And I feel a sudden, powerful need to know that girl, the one in the photograph, the one who existed before a ghost in a blizzard turned her life upside down. Kiana comes to stand beside me, following my gaze. "Who are they?" I ask, my voice softer than I intend. I'm not asking about us. I'm not asking about the past we shared and I lost. I'm asking about her. She's silent for a long moment, her gaze fixed on the photo. When she finally speaks, her voice is thick with an emotion I can't quite name. "My parents," she says. "That was taken the summer before I lost them."
Chapter 11. Kiana. The words hang in the quiet space between us, fragile and heavy. That was taken the summer before I lost them. His question was a simple one, but my answer has changed the emotional landscape of the room. He is no longer just a man with amnesia trying to piece together his own lost story. He is now a guest in mine, standing in the midst of a chapter he never knew existed. He doesn't offer a clumsy, pitying, "I'm sorry for your loss." Instead, he just nods slowly, his gaze still on the photograph. He gives my parents the respect of his silent attention. He sees the people, not just the tragedy. It's the kind of thoughtful, intuitive response that the Jax I remember was so good at. A fresh wave of grief, sharp and unwelcome, washes over me, not just for my parents, but for the man I knew, the man who is both here and not here. This store, it was their dream, I hear myself say, my voice softer than I intend. The walls I have so carefully constructed around my heart have been breached, and the stories are starting to spill out. My dad collected first editions. My mom could tell you the entire plot of a book just by the smell of its pages. They poured everything they had into this place. I finally look away from the photo, my gaze sweeping over the crowded shelves, the worn armchairs, the soft pulse of the fairy lights. When they were gone, this was all I had left of them. It's my sanctuary, my inheritance, my anchor. I didn't mean to say all that. I never talk about this, not really. Ellie knows, of course, but it's a history I keep tucked away, a book I rarely open. But something about his quiet, steady presence invites the confession. "You've done them proud, Kiana," he says, voice a low, certain rumble. He finally looks at me, and for a heart-stopping second, the confusion in his green eyes is gone, replaced instead by a deep, uncomplicated sincerity. And in that moment, the fragile truce we've been circling since he arrived solidifies. We are no longer just a woman with a secret and a man with a blank space. We are two people, standing in a quiet bookstore surrounded by memories. A comfortable silence settles between us, the first one we've shared. It's a quiet so profound it feels like a destination. From the living room upstairs, I can hear the soft babble of Noel playing in his playpen, a happy, grounding sound. Outside, the world is still. The storm has passed. Another sound breaks the silence, a distant mechanical scraping. The low growl of a powerful engine. The snowplow. The sound is both a relief and a threat. It's the sound of the world returning, the sound of our isolation ending. The fragile, protected bubble we've been in is about to burst. The thought sends a nervous flutter through my stomach. Here, in this snow globe world, he is just Jax, a man trying to find his way. Out there, in the real world, he is a stranger with a life I know nothing about. A life that has had no room for me or my son for the last couple of years. Jax hears it too. I see the subtle shift in his posture, the pilot in him reasserting control, already calculating the logistics of the thaw. Sounds like they're clearing the main road. They're efficient, I say, my voice carefully neutral. I turn away, busying myself with straightening a stack of books that are already perfectly straight. The moment of connection is over. The walls are going back up. We spend the next hour in a state of unspoken tension. The fragile peace has been replaced by a thrumming awareness that our time in this strange limbo is coming to an end. Every scrape of the plow as it gets closer is a tick of a clock I didn't know was counting down. And then it happens. Through the large front window, now clear of snow, a vehicle appears, moving slowly down the cleared street. It's not one of the familiar salt-dusted trucks that belong to the locals. It's a sleek, black, expensive-looking SUV, the kind you see in car commercials, the kind that looks completely out of place in our small rustic town. It gleams, even in the flat gray light of the post-storm world. It pulls to a stop directly in front of the bookstore. My fingers, of their own accord, find a lock and begin to twist. A sharp, protective knot tightens in my stomach. I have no idea why this vehicle is making every nerve ending in my body scream, but my instincts, honed by 15 months of being a mother, are rarely wrong. The driver's side door opens. A woman gets out. She's tall and slender, dressed in a chic cream-colored winter coat that probably costs more than my monthly mortgage payment. Her blonde hair is pulled back in a sleek, perfect ponytail, and even from here I can see the glint of diamond earrings. She closes the door with a soft, expensive-sounding thud and marches toward the bookstore, her high-heeled boots making a determined clicking sound on the cleared walkway. She's not walking. She's advancing. A soldier on a mission? Jax, who had been staring out the window with a look of detached curiosity, suddenly stiffens. He makes a low, strangled sound in the back of his throat. "Jax?" I ask, but he doesn't seem to hear me. He just stares at the approaching woman, a look of profound, shell-shocked confusion on his face. He rubs at the nape of his neck, a frantic, desperate gesture. The brass bell above the door chimes, a sound that is no longer cheerful. It's an alarm. The woman steps inside, bringing a gust of cold air and the faint, cloying scent of an expensive perfume. She pulls off her leather gloves with a practiced, elegant motion, her sharp blue eyes sweeping the room with a look of cold, dismissive appraisal. Her gaze lands on Jax, and her perfectly painted lips curve into a relieved proprietary smile. "Jax! Oh, thank God," she says, voice a smooth, cultured purr. She glides toward him, her smile faltering slightly as she takes in his stunned expression. "I was so worried. When they told me your flight was grounded and your emergency contact had been notified, I drove all night." "Emergency contact?" The words are a slap. She places a perfectly manicured hand on his arm, and I see him flinch, a tiny, almost imperceptible movement. "Lauren," he says thickly, "what are you doing here? What am I—" She lets out a tinkling, disbelieving laugh. "I'm here for you, of course, you idiot." Her gaze finally slides to me, and it's like being assessed by a predator. Her eyes sweep over my comfortable jeans, my soft worn sweater, my fuzzy socks. A flicker of something, amusement, disdain, crosses her face before she dismisses me completely. She turns back to Jax, her expression softening into one of practiced concern. "We'll get you home," she says, her voice dropping to an intimate murmur. "As soon as the roads are fully clear." She says the word that shatters the world. I was so scared, Jax. A man in your condition, you shouldn't be alone. She rises on her tiptoes and presses a soft kiss to the corner of his mouth. Your fiancée is supposed to take care of you, isn't she? I really didn't want you fly any more planes. Fiancé. The word detonates in the quiet of my bookstore. My hand flies to the counter for support, my knuckles white against the worn wood. The cozy, safe world I have built for myself, for my son, implodes. Of course. Of course he had a life. A whole, separate life that had been going on while I was navigating a pregnancy and a birth and a business alone. A life with a beautiful blonde fiancée in a cream-colored coat. I am the other woman, the small-town secret, the inconvenient, forgotten prologue to a story that has already been written. Lauren's gaze drifts past Jax's shoulder, her smile freezing on her face. Her eyes narrow, a flicker of cold, hard calculation in their blue depths. She's looking at Noel, who I realize I've scooped up from his playpen without even being aware of the motion. He is tucked safely in my arms, his face buried in my shoulder. She takes in the sight of us, her gaze lingering on Noel's dark, curly hair, his beautiful brown skin. Her perfectly sculpted eyebrows arch in a look of theatrical disbelief. She looks from my son back to me, and then to a stunned, silent Jax. A slow, poisonous smile wafts across her face. Well, she says, her voice dripping with a sweet, venomous curiosity. And what is this?
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Jax. My brain is a cockpit in a flat spin. Warning lights are flashing, alarms are screaming, and the horizon is nowhere to be found. The word fiancé detonates in the silence of the bookstore, and the resulting shockwave scrambles all my instruments. Lauren. Of course, I know who she is. She's a fact, a piece of data from the life I've been told I had before the crash 2 years ago. I've seen the pictures. My parents speak of her with a hopeful fondness that always makes my skin crawl. She is the woman I was apparently engaged to, a decision made in a part of my life that is now a black hole. And looking at her now, as she stands here radiating expensive perfume and proprietary concern, I feel nothing. A complete and utter blank. A void. It's the same void I've felt for the last few years every time she's shown up unannounced or tried to slip her hand into mine. Her presence is an obligation, a chore, a constant, frustrating reminder of a life I'm supposed to want, but feel no connection to. This is a stark, terrifying contrast to the illogical, gut-deep pull I feel toward Kiana, the woman who is currently standing frozen behind the counter, her beautiful face a mask of shattered composure. "What is this?" Lauren repeats, her voice a soft, chiding purr that grates on my already frayed nerves. "I came for you, Jax. When I got the call that your flight was grounded, I drove all night. I was terrified." She's playing a part. The worried fiancé. It's a role she's been trying to perfect for 2 years, and I've been tolerating the performance out of a misplaced sense of duty to a man I can't remember being. Her touch on my arm is the touch of a stranger, and the kiss she presses to my cheek feels like a trespass. My gaze is a frantic, rudderless thing, swinging from Lauren, this ghost from my documented past, to Kiana, the ghost from my forgotten one. Kiana has Noel in her arms, his face buried in her shoulder, a silent, living accusation. "Lauren," I attempt to say, my voice sounding thick, unfamiliar. "This isn't a good time." "Not a good time?" She lets out a tinkling laugh that sounds utterly out of place amongst the quiet reverence of the books. "Darling, you're stranded in a blizzard in the middle of nowhere. I'd say it's the perfect time for your fiancé to show up." She's deliberately projecting, turning this into a public performance. And then she launches her attack. It's a masterclass in subtle warfare. She pulls out her phone, her thumb swiping across the screen. "I was just looking at this," she says, her voice suddenly wistful. She turns the screen to me. It's a photo of the two of us, laughing on the deck of a sailboat. The sun is shining. We look happy. "Remember that weekend in San Diego? It was one of the last good times we had just before, well, you know." She sighs, a perfect little performance of sorrow. "Just before the accident." The photo is from over 2 years ago. It's a real picture from a life I don't remember, and she's wielding it like a weapon. My memory is a blank slate, and she's the one holding the chalk. She's drawing a picture for me, creating a narrative, and it's a narrative that doesn't include a beautiful wounded bookstore owner and a little boy with my eyes. She lowers the phone, her gaze flicking to Kiana with carefully calculated pity. "It must be so confusing for you, Jax, trying to piece your life back together." Her voice drops, becoming conspiratorial, a soft poison meant only for my ears. "You have to be careful. You've always been too trusting. Some people, they see a man in a vulnerable position and they see an opportunity." The words are a direct hit. Not on me, but on my sense of honor. She's not just attacking Kiana. She's painting me as a victim, a fool, a man easily taken advantage of. It's a clever, insidious strategy, and it's working. The static in my head gets louder, the confusion turning into a low, thrumming anger. Anger at my own broken mind. Anger at this impossible situation. I look at Kiana. I see the quiet strength in her, the fierce independence. I see the deep, unassailable love she has for her son. The woman Lauren is describing does not exist in this room. And yet, what do I actually know? I'm flying blind with no instruments in a storm. Lauren is offering me a flight plan, a way out of the chaos. A false one, my gut screams, but it's a plan. Lauren sees the doubt on my face, and she presses her advantage. She steps closer, her voice dripping with sympathy. "I'm just saying you need to protect yourself. We need to get you home, back to your real life." She glances around the bookstore with a delicate sniff, as if the scent of old paper and history is offensive to her. "This isn't your world, Jax." The arrogance of that statement, the sheer dismissiveness of it, finally cuts through some of my confusion. Because she's wrong. This place, this strange, familiar, vanilla-scented place, feels more like my world than the sterile, empty apartment she insisted we keep, the one I avoid as much as possible. "Why are you even still here?" Lauren demands, her voice losing its soft edge, a flicker of steel showing through. "The roads are clear. We can go." She's right. The snowplow came through. The town is re-emerging. I am technically free to leave. Free to walk away from this cozy, complicated, heartbreaking bookstore and the impossible secret it holds. Free to get into that expensive black SUV and drive back to a life I don't remember with a woman I don't love. My gaze is locked on Kiana. She's been silent through this entire exchange, a statue of wounded pride. But now something in her shifts. She lifts her chin, her dark eyes flashing with a fire that takes my breath away. Noel stirs in her arms as if sensing his mother's shift from defense to attack. Before I can even begin to formulate a response to Lauren's question, before I can try to explain the illogical, powerful anchor that is holding me in this place, Kiana's voice, trembling with a tightly controlled rage, cuts through the air. She takes a single, defiant step forward. Because this is his son.
Chapter 13. Kiana. The words are a declaration of war, and I have just fired the first shot. I feel a wild, terrifying thrill, the adrenaline of a cornered animal finally baring its teeth. My arm is a band of steel around Noel, my shield, my reason. I have thrown down the gauntlet, and now the entire cozy, firelit world of my bookstore holds its breath, waiting for the fallout. Lauren's perfectly sculpted face goes through a fascinating series of micro-expressions. First, a flicker of pure, unadulterated shock, then disbelief. And finally, it settles on a look of cold, sharp amusement, as if I've just told a particularly stupid joke. She lets out a laugh. It's not the tinkling social sound from before. This one is sharp and brittle, like a shard of glass. His son? She repeats, her voice dripping with a sweet, condescending poison. She turns to Jax, placing a hand on his chest in a gesture of proprietary comfort. Oh, honey, see? This is exactly what I was talking about. She's good. I'll give her that. My blood, which had been running cold, begins to boil. This has nothing to do with you, I say, my voice low and tight. It has everything to do with me, she snaps, her mask of concern dropping to reveal the hard, polished ambition beneath. She turns her full attention to me, her blue eyes like chips of ice. Jax and I are engaged. We were engaged 2 years ago, so whatever little story you've cooked up in your head, whatever fantasy you've been spinning in this dusty little shop, it's a lie. I push my silver-rimmed glasses up against the bridge of my nose. It's a deliberate, steadying motion. I will not let this woman dismantle my truth. 2 years ago, I begin. My voice is cold and clear as the air outside. The last week of December, there was a blizzard that shut down this entire town. Jax Brewer was stranded here for 6 days. He stayed in the apartment above this shop, my apartment. I lay out the facts, the timeline, with the cold, hard precision of a historian. I am not telling a story. I am giving a testimony. And the man I spent that week with, I continue, my gaze finally, pointedly locking onto hers, was not engaged. He wasn't in a relationship. He never once mentioned a fiancé, and he was not the kind of man who would lie about that. My faith in that one simple truth is the only thing holding me together. The Jax I knew was honorable. He was kind. He was real. He wouldn't have spent a week weaving a world with me if he was promised to someone else. He just wouldn't. Wouldn't he? A tiny, treacherous voice whispers in the back of my mind. What do you really know about him? He was a stranger. A handsome, charming stranger. Men like that lie all the time. It's what makes them charming. You're a homewrecker? I shove the thought down. A poisonous weed I refuse to let take root. I believe in the man I remember. I have to. He is half of my son. Lauren just scoffs. A dismissive, ugly sound. You really expect him to believe that? To believe you? She turns to Jax again, her expression softening into one of deep, practiced sympathy. Jax, look at me. You were in an accident. You lost a piece of your life. This woman, she's taking advantage of that. She's taking advantage of you. She sees a man with a good heart and a good family, and she sees an opportunity. This is a classic trap, and you are walking right into it. Her words are a carefully crafted narrative designed to paint me as the villain, her as the savior, and him as the helpless victim. It's a compelling story, if you're a misogynist jerk. But the most devastating part is that I can see it working. I watch Jax. I watch him as this woman I've never met systematically dismantles my life, my integrity, and I'm looking for a sign, a flicker of defiance, a word in my defense, a simple shake of the head to tell this woman she's wrong. Instead, I see the flicker of something else, a shadow of uncertainty crossing his face. I see his gaze shift from Lauren's perfectly made-up, concerned face to mine, and then to the innocent, curly-haired boy in my arms. And in his eyes, I see the one thing I cannot bear: doubt. It's not Lauren's attack that breaks me. It's his silence. My heart, which had been beating a frantic warrior's rhythm, cracks. It's a clean, sharp break right down the middle, because he doesn't remember the truth, so he has to choose which story to believe. And he's hesitating. That's when I know I'm done. The anger, the fear, the heartbreak, it all cools, hardening into a cold, quiet resolve. I am not a character in her poisonous little story. I am the author of my own, and I will not be a victim. I shift Noel on my hip, my movements calm and deliberate. You need to leave, I say, my voice quiet but unbreakable. Lauren's eyebrows shoot up. I beg your pardon? You heard me. I look directly at her, and for the first time I feel no fear, only a vast, weary certainty. This is my shop, my home, and my son's home, and you are not welcome here. I gesture vaguely toward the front of the store. The Aspen View Inn is the only B&BB in town. It's 2 blocks down on the left. I'm sure they'll have a room for you. Lauren is speechless, her mouth opening and closing like a fish. She looks to Jax for support, for him to put me in my place, to defend her, and the resulting silence is the most damning sound I've ever heard. Jax finally moves, holding up a hand as if to stop a war that has already decimated the landscape. He looks between the two of us, his face a mask of profound, agonizing conflict. Lauren, Kiana, he says, his voice sounding strained. Can we all just take a minute?
Chapter 14. Jax. My words, can we all just take a minute? Hang in the air, pathetic and useless. It's the pilot in me speaking, the man trained to de-escalate, to control a spiraling situation by calling for a tactical pause. But this isn't a cockpit. It's a minefield. And I've just proven I have no idea where I'm standing. Kiana's face, which had been alight with a fierce, protective fire, shudders completely. The flame is extinguished, leaving behind a cold, hard emptiness that is somehow more terrifying. She gives me a single, devastating nod, turns without a word, and carries our son, up the creaking stairs, disappearing from view. The silence she leaves behind is a judgment. Well, Lauren says, a note of triumph in her voice. She smooths down the front of her expensive coat. I'm glad one person here is capable of being reasonable. Reasonable is the last thing I feel. I feel like a man caught in a rip current, the shore receding with every passing second. Let me walk you to your car, Lauren. The words are a command, not an offer. I need air. I need to get her out of this space, out of Kiana's sanctuary. Her perfume feels like an invasive species in here. Outside, the air is sharp and cold, a welcome shock to my system. The world is a clean, stark landscape of white snow and gray sky. It's a relief after the emotional chaos of the bookstore. Lauren, however, brings the storm with her. She tucks her arm through mine as we walk toward her SUV, a gesture that feels both possessive and utterly foreign. I knew it, she murmurs. The second I saw her, I knew what she was. You've always been too trusting, Jax. Your heart is too big for your own good. Every word is a carefully calibrated lie, designed to paint a picture of a life I don't remember, but am apparently obligated to. A life where she is the protector, and I am the fool. She claims the boy is mine, I say, the words feeling like sandpaper in my throat. I need to see how she reacts. I need data. Lauren stops, turning to face me. She arranges her features into a mask of profound, heartbreaking sympathy. It's a masterful performance. "Oh, darling," she whispers, her perfectly manicured hand coming up to cup my cheek. I fight the urge to flinch. Of course she does. A man like you, a pilot from a good family. You're the small-town lottery. He looks like me, I counter, my voice harder than I intend. He has my eyes. Lots of people have green eyes, she dismisses, a little too quickly. And as for the rest, it's a coincidence. A lucky one for her. An unfortunate one for you. She leans in, her voice dropping even lower. We were looking at engagement rings right before the accident, Jax. Do you remember that? A beautiful, simple emerald cut. We were planning our future. I don't remember. Of course I don't remember, but she says it with such certainty, such tearful conviction. She's not just giving me facts. She's giving me a narrative, a world. A life that feels more concrete, more real than the fragmented, illogical feelings that have been haunting me in the bookstore. This is the pattern. This is how it's been for 2 years. Every time I've tried to pull away, to create distance from this woman I feel no connection to, she pulls me back in with a memory I can't refute, a piece of our shared history that only she has access to. She wields my amnesia like a weapon. Her expression shifts, the sympathy replaced by a look of deep, personal hurt. Why have you been avoiding me, Jax? She asks, her voice trembling. For the last couple of years, you've been so distant, so cold, you barely answer my calls. Was it because of her? Did you have some memory you weren't telling me about? It's a brilliant tactical move. She's taking my own legitimate post-accident confusion and detachment and reframing it as a betrayal. I feel a surge of frustration so powerful it makes my hands clench into fists. This has nothing to do with her, I say through gritted teeth. I don't remember her, Lauren. But you've been pushing me away. A tear, perfect and crystalline, escapes and traces a path down her cheek. She doesn't wipe it away. We've been together for so long. We survived your accident. I survived it, sitting by your hospital bed for weeks. And this is what you do? You hide out in some backwater town with a woman who is so obviously trying to trap you? What will your parents say? Your mother loves me. The mention of my parents is a low blow, and she knows it. It's another anchor to a life of duty, of expectation. The frustration in my chest curdles into a familiar, weary guilt. This is what she does. She makes me the villain. She makes my confusion a cruelty. And because I have no memory to contradict her narrative, part of me always wonders if she's right. I finally reach her car, the sleek, black SUV, a stark alien in the quiet, snow-covered street. I pull my arm from her grasp. I need some time to think, Lauren. There's nothing to think about, she says, her voice regaining its steel. You get your things, you get in this car, and we go home. We'll call a lawyer in the morning and sort out this mess. No, I say, the word sharp. I'm not leaving. Not yet. The look she gives me is one of pure, unadulterated fury, but she masks it quickly, her face softening back into the mask of the wounded fiancé. Fine, she whispers. Stay. But don't come crying to me when she takes you for everything you're worth. She gets into the car, the expensive door closing with a soft, final thud. I watch her drive away, her taillights a bloody slash against the white snow, until she's gone. When I walk back into the bookstore, the warmth feels different. The cozy, welcoming atmosphere has been replaced by a wall of ice. Kiana is behind the counter, wiping down a surface that is already spotlessly clean. She doesn't look up. Her silence is a physical presence, a glacier moving slowly and unstoppably between us. I walk up to the counter, the squeakless floorboard a silent testament to a moment of connection that now feels a lifetime away. Kiana, I begin, my voice rough. She still doesn't look at me. Is your fiancé gone? She asks, her voice devoid of all emotion. She's not my fiancé, I say, the words coming out too quickly. It's complicated. It doesn't seem complicated, she replies, her voice still a flat, dead thing. It seems pretty simple. I rub the back of my neck, the frustration and confusion of the last hour cresting into a tidal wave. Nothing about this is simple. I have a woman I'm apparently engaged to telling me one thing, and I have you. I trail off, gesturing vaguely around the shop at the invisible, powerful pull that is holding me here. The seeds of doubt Lauren planted are beginning to take root in the fertile ground of my own uncertainty. Is this powerful connection I feel real? Or is it just a symptom of my injury? A phantom limb? A ghost of an emotion my broken brain has conjured up? I am a pilot without instruments, and I am in a dead spin. I need data. I need one solid, verifiable fact to hold on to. I look at her beautiful, proud, closed-off face, and the words come out, desperate and logical and utterly devastating. A pilot's desperate last-ditch attempt to find true north. How can I be sure you're telling me the truth? The words leave my mouth, and I immediately want to pull them back. The regret is a physical, sickening thing. A sudden drop in altitude that leaves my stomach behind. Because she finally looks up at me, and the devastation on her face is absolute.
Chapter 15. Kiana. Sleep eludes me like I have the plague. I lie in the dark, staring at the ceiling of my bedroom, and listen to the silence of the house. It's a loud, ringing silence, filled with the ghosts of words. How can I be sure you're telling me the truth? The question wasn't a question. It was a verdict. In the courtroom of his mind, I am an unreliable narrator. My life, my truth, the very existence of my son, it's all hearsay. For 2 years I have lived with the quiet, aching grief of his absence. But this is a new, sharper pain. This is the pain of being erased. The cozy warmth of my apartment, my sanctuary, feels suffocating. The air is too thick to breathe, heavy with the weight of his doubt. I swing my legs out of bed, my feet finding the cold, hard floor. I need to move. I need space. But the storm has turned my home into a beautifully appointed prison cell. The only other place to go is downstairs. I pull on a soft, worn cardigan over my pajamas and creep out of my room, my heart a painful, frantic drum against my ribs. I pause at Noel's door, peeking in. He's a peaceful, sleeping lump in his crib, oblivious. A fierce, protective love surges through me, so potent it makes me dizzy. This is my truth. He is my truth, and I will not let a ghost with my son's eyes make me question that. Downstairs, the bookstore is a cavern of shadows and sleeping stories. I leave the lights off, letting the soft golden pulse of the fairy lights guide my way. The air is cool and smells of paper and pine and him. I can still smell the faint, clean scent of the cold he brought in from outside. I'm heading for the tiny kitchenette behind the counter, telling myself I just need a glass of water, when I see him. He's standing in the fiction aisle, a tall, dark silhouette against the twinkling lights. He's not sleeping either. He's just standing there, his head bowed, one hand tracing the spines of the books on the shelf. He looks like a man lost in a library, searching for a story he can't remember how to read. He looks as broken as I feel. He must sense me, because he turns, his movement slow and weary. In the dim, magical light, the frustration and confusion on his face are raw, unguarded. The wall of ice that has been between us since Lauren's arrival seems to melt away, leaving only 2 sleepless, wounded people in a room full of books. He speaks first, his voice a rough thing that is swallowed by the silence. I couldn't sleep. Welcome to the club, I say, the words sharper than I intend. I cross my arms over my chest, a shield. We don't have jackets, but the existential dread is complimentary. A humorless, self-deprecating smile touches his lips. It's the first genuine expression I've seen from him that isn't born of pure confusion. I think I've got that covered. He takes a step toward me, out of the shadows of the aisle. Kiana, I am so sorry. It's not the words. It's the way he says them, the raw, undisguised agony in his voice. He's not apologizing for his amnesia. He's apologizing for the pain he's causing. For which part? I ask, my voice still cold. I need it to be cold. It's the only thing holding me together. The part where you accused me of being a liar, or the part where your fiancé called me a gold-digging trap? He flinches, the word fiancé landing like a physical blow. She's not my fiancé, he says, voice strained. That's a story she tells, a story my parents support. It's not real. He rubs a hand over his face, a gesture of pure exhaustion. But that's not an excuse. What I said to you, it was unforgivable. He finally looks at me, green eyes a sea of regret. I feel like I'm losing my mind. My own brain is a hostile witness. And I took that out on you. I am so sorry. His apology is a key, turning a lock in my chest I didn't know was sealed. The cold, hard anger I've been clinging to for hours begins to fracture, because looking at him now, I don't see a villain. I see a man in pain, a man who is just as much a victim of his circumstances as I am. You're afraid, I whisper, the realization a quiet dawning thing. He lets out a short, harsh breath that isn't quite a laugh. I'm a search and rescue pilot, Kiana. I fly into avalanches and wildfires. I've been in situations that would make your hair turn white, but this, he shakes his head, his gaze dropping to the floor. This is the very first time in my life I've ever been truly terrified. He looks up again, his eyes raw with a vulnerability that mirrors my own. I'm terrified of the blanks. I'm terrified of this life that people keep telling me I have. I'm terrified that I'm not the man I thought I was. And I am terrified of the truth, whatever it is. His confession is an invitation, a plea for a truce, and I am so tired of fighting. I'm scared too, I admit, the words a quiet surrender. My own fear is a living thing, a constant companion. I'm scared of letting you into my life, because the last time I did, you vanished. I'm scared of letting you near my son, because you are a stranger who wears his father's face. And I am so scared of hoping, Jax. Because I built a whole world on the hope you gave me in a single week. And I can't survive the fall if it all comes crashing down again. The air between us shifts. The tension of anger and hurt bleeds away, replaced by something else. Something quiet and fragile and intensely intimate. The space is no longer a battlefield. It's a sanctuary. The ethereal twinkle of the fairy lights seems to pull us closer, shrinking the vast, lonely space of the bookstore until it's just the two of us, standing in a circle of light, our shared fears a bridge between us. I become acutely aware of him, of his size, of the warmth radiating from his body, of the clean, cold scent of the night that still clings to him. He takes a slow, deliberate step closer, and then another. He stops when he's only a breath away, so close I can see the flicker of the fairy lights reflected in the deep green of his eyes. I'm not that man, he says in a desperate promise. The man who vanished. I won't be. He reaches out, his hand moving with a slow, hesitant tenderness. My entire body tenses, every nerve ending on high alert. His fingers, warm and gentle, don't touch my hair, as they did by the fire. They move to my face. My breath hitches. He gently touches the side of my temple, his thumb tracing a small silvery line just beside my eye. A crescent moon scar, a faint, forgotten relic from a childhood fall. No one ever notices it. No one has ever touched it. His touch is electric, a jolt of pure, unadulterated connection that bypasses my brain and goes straight to my soul. It's not a memory. It's a current, a live wire. And in this single, impossibly tender gesture, the stranger in front of me vanishes, and for a heart-stopping, terrifying second, he is just Jax. My Jax. His gaze is fixed on the tiny scar, his expression one of intense, searching concentration. He looks into my eyes, his own full of a question that has little to do with the past we lost, and everything to do with the woman standing in front of him now. "How did you get this?" he whispers.
Chapter 16. Jax. The memory of our late-night conversation, of her quiet confession and my own, lingers between us all the next day. The wall of ice is gone, but in its place is a fine, high-tension wire, humming with an energy that is both terrifying and intoxicating. Every time we're in the same room, I feel it, a live current that crackles in the space between our bodies. I spend the day watching her. It's a useless, unproductive, and completely obsessive endeavor. But I can't stop. I'm not just seeing a beautiful stranger anymore. I'm seeing the girl from the photograph, the woman who built this sanctuary from the ashes of her grief. I'm seeing the mother who loves our son with a ferocity that is both humbling and breathtaking. I watch the way she moves through her bookstore, a queen in her own quiet kingdom. I watch the way the fairy lights catch in her long, elegant locks when she leans over to help a customer. I watch the way she pushes her silver-rimmed glasses up her nose just before she makes a point, a gesture that feels so achingly, impossibly familiar it makes my chest hurt. When Noel laughs, a sound I'm quickly becoming addicted to, she looks up and catches my eye. A slow, shy smile touches her lips before she looks away. But it's enough. A single smile from her is a brighter, warmer thing than any of the fabricated memories Lauren has tried to sell me. The tension only gets worse as the day wears on. We brush past each other in a narrow aisle, the sleeve of my shirt against her cardigan, and a jolt of static electricity sparks between us. I pull back as if I've been burned. Later, she hands me a mug of coffee, and our fingers touch for a fraction of a second. The contact is a brand, a white-hot point of connection that sends a shockwave straight up my arm. Her breath hitches, a tiny, audible gasp, and I know she felt it too. This isn't just in my head. This is real, this pull, this powerful, magnetic force. It's a shared thing. It's a storm building between us, and we are right in the eye of it. By the time evening falls and she's locking the front door of the shop, the air is so thick with unspoken things I can barely breathe. Noel is asleep upstairs, the apartment a quiet, fire-lit sanctuary above us. The only sounds are the soft hum of the heaters and the frantic, chaotic thrumming of my own heart. She turns from the door, her movements slow and weary. I should go check on Noel. It's an escape, a retreat, and I can't let her go. Not yet. Kiana. She freezes, her back to me. Don't, I say, voice a low, rough thing I don't recognize. Don't run. She turns slowly, her dark eyes wide and luminous in the soft vibrance of the fairy lights. The guard is back, the walls are up, but I can see the frantic pulse beating in the hollow of her throat. She's just as caught in this as I am. I walk toward her, my boots making no sound on the worn wooden floor. I'm closing the distance, and with every step, the wire of tension between us tightens, humming with a higher, more dangerous frequency. I stop when I'm only a breath away, so close I can see the flecks of gold in her dark, terrified eyes. I'm tired of being afraid, I whisper, and it's the truest thing I know. I'm so damn tired of the blanks in my head. My hand comes up, Not to her scar this time, but to the side of her face. My thumb brushes against the irresistible softness of her skin, the color of rich coffee and cream under the golden lights. She doesn't pull away. She leans into my touch, her eyes fluttering shut. A silent surrender that shatters my control. That's all it takes. I close the last inch of distance between us, and my mouth comes down on hers. It's not a gentle kiss. It's a collision. It's 2 years of frustration, of confusion, of a deep, soul-shaking loneliness crashing together. It's a desperate, frantic search for a truth my mind can't access, but my body screams for. Her lips are soft and full, and they taste of coffee and wine and her. A taste I don't remember, but my God, it tastes like coming home.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 17. Kiana. I wake to the soft hiss of a dying fire and the unfamiliar weight of a heavy wool blanket tucked around me. For a disoriented, blissful second, I don't know where I am. The air smells of wood smoke, pine, and jacks. My body is a map of pleasant, unfamiliar aches. My muscles are tender, my skin is sensitized, and deep inside, I feel a warm, liquid thrum of satisfaction. And then memory comes crashing back in, a tidal wave of heat and sensation. Oh God, last night, right here, on this rug, my eyes fly open. He's sitting in the armchair a few feet away, fully dressed, his back to me. He's staring into the fireplace, where a few stubborn embers are still glowing in the pre-dawn dark. His shoulders are broad and tense, his posture rigid. He's a soldier on watch. I lie perfectly still, my heart a frantic, chaotic drum against my ribs. What have I done? I, Kiana Williams, self-sufficient bookstore owner, fiercely independent single mother, have just had mind-meltingly carnal, emotionally devastating sex with a man who does not remember my name. A man who has a fiancé. A man who, a few days ago, was just a memory. It is, without a doubt, the single most reckless, self-destructive, and stupidly human thing I have ever done. And I would do it again in a heartbeat. A tiny, treacherous, and utterly indefensible flicker of hope ignites in my chest. Dr. Peterson said a sound, a scent, a physical action could be a key. And what we did last night, it was more than a physical action. It was a collision of souls. It was a desperate, frantic search for a truth that logic couldn't touch. Maybe that was the key. Maybe he woke up this morning and the corrupted file of our past was suddenly, miraculously whole. Maybe he remembers. I slowly sit up, the blanket pooling in my lap. My clothes are in a messy heap nearby. His are gone. He must have gotten dressed while I was asleep. The intimacy of that thought, of him watching me, of him covering me with a blanket, sends another wave of heat through me. Jax, my voice is a raw, sleep-roughened whisper in the bookstore. He turns, his movements slow and controlled. In the dim, firelit shadows, his face is unreadable, his green eyes shadowed and distant. The tender, desperate man from last night is gone, replaced with a stranger who looks like he's carrying the weight of the world. The hope in my chest flickers and dies. "You're awake?" he says, voice a low, gravelly thing. "I am," I reply, my own voice carefully neutral. I reach for my sweater, pulling it on, a flimsy shield against the sudden chill in the air. Did you sleep at all? He gives a short, humorless shake of his head. No. He stands and walks to the small kitchenette behind the counter, without looking at me. Coffee. Please. While he's busy, I scramble to my feet, my muscles protesting, and pull on the rest of my clothes. I feel raw, exposed, every nerve ending humming with a painful awareness. Last night, we were two parts of a whole, a single breathing entity. This morning, we are two separate, solitary islands, the chasm between us wider than ever. He hands me a mug, his fingers brushing mine. The jolt is still there, a live current, but this time it feels like a warning. He retreats to the far side of the counter, leaning against it, creating a physical barrier. It's so obvious that my hopes are dashed. I hear my heart breaking into pieces, but I straighten my spine. Kiana, he begins, his gaze fixed on the dark liquid in his mug. Last night, he trails off, unable to find the words. He rubs his neck, a gesture of pure, agonizing frustration. Last night was a mistake. I finish for him, the words tasting like ash. I say it to protect myself, to give us both an out, a denial. He finally looks up, and the raw conflict in his wide eyes is a gut punch. No, he says, his voice strained. It wasn't a mistake. That's the problem. It's the only thing since the accident that has felt real. He takes a ragged breath. And I have no claim to that feeling. I have no memory to back it up. I acted on pure instinct. And that's not fair to you. It's not fair to anyone. He's not distant because he regrets it. He's distant because he's terrified by how right it felt. He's an honorable man, and he just acted on an emotion that his logical pilot's brain has no data to support. He is a man at war with himself, and I am the battlefield. The thought is both heartbreaking and, in a strange, twisted way, profoundly flattering. Before I can even begin to formulate a response to that, a sound cuts through the fragile postcoital tension, the sharp, insistent buzz of the shop's doorbell. We both freeze, two deer caught in the headlights. The sound is an intrusion, a violent invasion from the real world, a world we had both for a few hours managed to forget. Jax's face pales, a sudden, hunted look in his eyes. Who the hell? I mutter, glancing at the clock on the wall. It's barely 7 a.m. The buzzing comes again, longer this time, more demanding. I push my glasses up my nose and walk to the front of the store, my heart a painful, heavy thud against my ribs. I peer through the glass panel of the door, and my blood runs cold. It's Lauren. She's standing on my cleared walkway, dressed in another impeccably tailored coat, this one a sharp, clinical white. She has a large coffee in one hand and a sleek leather portfolio in the other. And she is smiling, a bright, smug, triumphant smile that makes the hair on my arm stand up. Don't answer it, Jax says, voice a low, urgent command from behind me. But it's too late. She's seen me. She gives a cheerful little wave. I am trapped. With a feeling of profound, gut-wrenching dread, I unlock the door. Good morning, she chirps, breezing past me in a cloud of expensive perfume and cold air. She completely ignores me, her gaze zeroed in on Jax. I brought you coffee, the real kind, not whatever sad, dusty stuff this place serves. She presses the cup into his hand, her smile never faltering. I couldn't sleep a wink, she continues, her voice a performance of wifely concern. I was so worried about you, stuck here, so I was productive. I made some calls. She taps the leather portfolio she's holding. I took the liberty of having my father's firm draw up some preliminary paperwork, just to help you get organized. He was horrified when I told him the situation. He said you need to protect your assets, darling, especially now. The beautiful raw intimacy of the night we just shared, the desperate, searching connection, is being reduced to a situation, a mess, a legal problem to be managed. A cold, hard knot forms in my stomach. Jax is a statue, his face a mask of stone, but I can see the muscle pulsing in his jaw. He looks utterly, completely trapped. Lauren finally deigns to look at me, her gaze sweeping over my rumpled clothes, my bare feet, my sleep-swollen lips. A slow, knowing, and utterly poisonous grin spreads across her face. She knows. Of course she knows. She turns her attention back to Jax, but her words are for me. They are carefully chosen, perfectly polished daggers aimed directly at my heart. My father said the first thing any lawyer is going to advise, of course, is just a simple formality, a bit of paperwork to get everything on the record, legally speaking. She pauses, letting the silence stretch, savoring the moment. Her gaze, cold and sharp and full of a chilling, triumphant malice, meets mine. A paternity test, she says, voice as sweet as honey, just to be sure.
Chapter 18. Jax. The words paternity test hang in the air, a vile, corrosive vapor. They suck the warmth from the room, leaving a bone-deep chill in their wake. The scent of coffee and old paper, which had felt like a homecoming, now feels like a lie. I'm a pilot. I'm trained for emergencies. I'm trained to take a chaotic, spiraling situation, assess the variables, and choose the logical course of action that will lead to the safest outcome. But my cockpit is on fire, my instruments are shot, and I'm in a spin, hurtling toward the ground. Lauren is a variable. She's a cool, calm voice from ground control, offering me a checklist. A series of logical steps to regain control. Protect your assets. Get legal counsel. Be sure. Kiana is another variable. She is a catastrophic engine failure. She is a structural anomaly that defies all the laws of physics I have ever known. She is the beautiful, terrifying, illogical truth that my instruments cannot compute. And Noel is the ground, rushing up to meet me at a terrifying speed. Jax, did you hear me? Lauren's voice is a sharp, impatient thing, cutting through the static in my head. I look at Kiana. She hasn't moved. She is a statue carved from wounded pride, her arms a protective cage around our son. She's watching me, her dark eyes wide with a pain so profound it feels like I'm looking at my own damnation. She is waiting for me to choose a side, waiting for me to defend her. And I'm a coward. Lauren, I need to speak with Kiana alone, I say, the words feeling like gravel in my mouth. I'm not choosing a side. I'm trying to clear the comms, to isolate the variables, to regain some semblance of control. Lauren's perfectly painted lips thin into a displeased line, but she sees the hard, non-negotiable set of my jaw. Fine, she says, her voice tight. I'll be at the inn. Call me when you've come to your senses. She brushes a piece of imaginary lint from her coat, turns and walks out. The chime of the bell, a final mocking note. The silence she leaves behind is a crushing weight. Kiana still hasn't moved, hasn't spoken. Her silence is an accusation, a judgment, a story of its own. Kiana, I start, my voice rough. Don't, she whispers, the word a razor blade. She finally moves, turning her back to me and walking toward the stairs. I'm going to put Noel down for his nap. I watch her go. Every step she takes up that creaking staircase a step further away from me. I'm left alone in her sanctuary, a place that, just last night, felt like a memory, like a home. Now it feels like a courtroom, and I am on trial. I pace the length of the bookstore, my boots loud and intrusive in the sacred quiet. I run a hand through my hair, my fingers catching in the tangled strands. My hand goes to the back of my neck, rubbing the tense, aching muscle there. I'm a man at war with a ghost, and the ghost is me. My heart, my illogical, untrustworthy, traitorous heart, screams at me that Noel is my son. It's a gut feeling, a deep, primal certainty that has been humming under my skin since the moment I saw him. It was there in the warmth that flooded my chest when he laughed. It was there in the staggering, possessive rightness of our bodies moving together last night. My heart tells me that Kiana is telling the truth, but my brain, my broken, unreliable, amnesiac brain, is a landscape of fog and doubt. Lauren's words echo in the static. An opportunity, a trap. Protect yourself. Her logic is a cold, hard, and seductive thing. I am a man with a significant blind spot. I am vulnerable. A paternity test. It's not an accusation, she'd said. It's a confirmation. It's data. It's a verifiable fact in a vast world that has become a swirling vortex of feelings I can't explain and past I can't access. I'm a pilot. I trust my instruments. When I'm flying through a storm and my senses are telling me one thing, but the instruments are telling me another, I trust the instruments. My feelings are unreliable. The data is the truth. And right now, the only data I have is that I have a son I don't remember creating with a woman I don't remember knowing, and another woman I apparently agreed to marry who is telling me to be careful. A test is an instrument. It would give me a single solid piece of data to anchor to in this storm. It would give me a fact, a truth, a starting point. It's the logical thing to do, the responsible thing, the pilot's thing, and it is the most dishonorable thing I can possibly imagine. The man I believe myself to be, the man who saves people, the man who runs toward danger, would never ask a woman he has just slept with, a woman who has looked at him with such raw, wounded honesty, to prove that her child is his. That man would trust his gut. He would trust her. But am I that man? My own brain is a hostile witness to my character. I stand there for what feels like a lifetime, caught in the cross currents of logic and emotion, of duty and a feeling I can't even name. I'm in a flat spin and I have to choose. Do I trust the illogical, powerful, and terrifying pull of my heart, or do I trust the cold, hard logic of the checklist, the procedure, the test? I make my decision, not out of malice, not out of disbelief, but out of a desperate pilot's need for clarity, for a single, verifiable fact that will allow me to build a flight plan out of this wreckage. I convince myself it is the only way to build a foundation that is solid, that is based on truth, not just a feeling I can't explain. It's a lie I tell myself, a necessary lie. When Kiana comes back down the stairs, her face is a pale, composed mask. She has rebuilt her walls, fortified her defenses. She stands behind the counter, her arms crossed, her expression unreadable. I walk toward her, each step a heavy, leaden thing. I stop in front of the counter, the smooth, worn wood a barrier between our two separate, solitary worlds. I have to force the words out, and they come out sounding exactly as they should. Cold, detached, clinical. I've thought about what Lauren said, I begin, my voice the voice of a pilot making a difficult but necessary announcement. And I think, for the sake of clarity, for a clean slate, with no questions. I look her in the eye and I see the last flicker of hope in her die. I think a paternity test is the right thing to do. The quiet that follows is absolute. The world stops. The air freezes. The cozy, fire-lit bookstore becomes a tomb. The devastation on her face is not a loud, dramatic thing. It is a quiet, complete emptying. The color drains from her warm, beautiful skin, leaving it ashen. Her eyes, which have held so much fire and pain and hope, go utterly blank. It's a death. I've just killed something vital and precious between us. She doesn't cry. She doesn't yell. She doesn't argue. She just gives me a single, slow, devastating nod. And then she turns her back on me.
Chapter 19. Kiana. His words are a clean, perfect cut. The world doesn't shatter. It simply stops. The low hum of the heater, the crackle of the fire, the frantic, terrified beating of my own heart, it all goes silent. There is only the ringing void where a fragile, stupid, and utterly indefensible hope used to be. He asked me for the truth. I gave it to him. I excavated my own heart, served up my most vulnerable memories on a platter. I let him into my home, my life, my body. And his response is to ask for a receipt, a lab report, a sterile third-party verification that the life I have lived for the last several years is not a lie. The devastation is a quiet, creeping cold. It starts in my fingertips and works its way inward, a slow-moving glacier freezing everything in its path. This isn't the sharp, hot pain of his disappearance 2 years ago. This is the cold, hard death of a second chance I was a fool to even consider. He's still standing there, his face a mask of agonized conflict, waiting for a response, as if there is anything left to say. I give him the only thing I have left, the devastating nod he asked for. Then I turn my back on him, a final, quiet severing of the fragile thread that had begun to spin between us. I walk up the creaking stairs, each step a lifetime. My movements are slow, deliberate, the automaton-like motions of a person in shock. My body is moving, but my soul has been left behind, a casualty on the floor of my beautiful, desecrated bookstore. In the apartment, the air still smells of him, of the cold he brought in from outside, of the wood smoke from the fire, of the faint, masculine scent of his skin that still lingers on the rug in front of the fireplace. The memory of our bodies tangled together there, of his mouth on mine, of his name, a raw prayer on my lips, is a fresh, gaping wound. He doesn't trust the woman he held in his arms last night. He doesn't trust the woman whose body welcomed his, whose pleasure he witnessed. That is the ultimate betrayal. This is not about the past he can't remember anymore. It's about the man who stands in my bookstore now, and that man looked at me, at the mother of his child, and saw a liar. I walk into the spare room. His duffel bag is on the floor where he left it. His coat is slung over the back of a chair. It's a temporary, transient presence, a guest. He has always been a guest. I am the one who mistook him for a resident. My movements are still unnervingly calm. I open his bag. I pick up the Henley he wore this morning, the one he was wearing when he fixed my squeaky floorboard. A moment of such simple domestic hope, it now feels like a cruel joke. The fabric is soft, and it smells of him. I fold it with a precise clinical neatness, my knuckles brushing against the worn cotton. There is an intimacy in folding a man's clothes, an act of care. The irony is a bitter metallic taste in the back of my throat. I pack everything, the extra shirt, the pair of socks, the dop kit from the bathroom. I zip the bag shut, the sound a final definitive end. I carry it to the top of the stairs and place it by the door, a silent final offering. Then I go back downstairs. He's exactly where I left him, a statue of conflict in the middle of my sanctuary. He looks up when I appear, his green eyes a sea of regret and confusion. He sees the bag I've placed at the door. "Kiana, he starts, his voice a rough, desperate thing. "I won't build a life on a foundation of lab results," I say, my voice quiet, but it doesn't tremble. The glacier inside me has frozen it solid. I won't spend my days trying to prove to you that my life, that my son is real. That's not what I meant. What did you mean, Jax? I ask, and there's no heat in the question, only a vast, weary emptiness. I can't stay with a man who doesn't know what he wants, who doesn't know what he needs. You say Lauren isn't your fiancé, that it's a story she tells. But you let her stand in my home and call me a liar. You let her make the decisions. Your words say one thing, but your actions say something else entirely. He opens his mouth to explain, to offer a reason, a justification, another story I'm not sure I can believe. "No," I say, holding up a hand, the gesture sharp, final. "I don't want to hear it anymore. I'm done listening to stories. I'm done hoping you'll find the missing pages, because the man in the story I remember wouldn't have hesitated. He would have defended me. He would have trusted me. That man spent the most beautiful, meaningful week of my life with me. My voice finally cracks on the last word, a single tiny fissure in the ice. I take a deep breath, pulling myself back together. I am Kiana Williams. I am the owner of the final chapter. I am a survivor. I am a mother. And my son deserves more than a father who needs a permission slip from a lab to love him. I release you, I say, and the sentence is a strange, painful relief. A final, necessary amputation. I release you from any obligation to me and to Noel. You are free. You can go back to your life, to your fiancé. You can forget this ever happened. For the second time. I walk to the front door, pick up his bag, and hold it out to him. He just stares at me, his face a landscape of devastation. His green eyes, my son's eyes, full of a pain that almost undoes me. But I hold on. He finally takes the bag, his fingers brushing mine one last time, a dead current. I look him in the eye, and I give him the last, most painful truth of all. I love the man you were, I whisper, my voice finally breaking. And God help me. I was falling for the man you are. But I can't live with a man who has to ask a stranger if he can believe in his own son. I open the door, and the cold, clean air rushes in, a welcome, purifying blast. Please leave.
Chapter 20. Jax. Her final words are a quiet, clean execution. Please leave. She doesn't slam the door. She closes it softly, the click of the latch a sound more final than any explosion. I'm left standing on the walkway, the duffel bag a dead, unfamiliar weight in my hand. The cold air is a useless slap to the face, doing nothing to clear the thick, suffocating fog in my head. I did this. My logical, rational pilot's brain, in its desperate search for a verifiable fact, for a piece of solid data in a storm of incomprehensible feelings, has just navigated me directly into the side of a mountain. My feet, heavy and numb, carry me toward the street. I have no destination. I'm a ghost now, too. Banished from the one place that has felt like home in 2 years. I stop beside Lauren's expensive, alien SUV. The sleek black metal in accusation in this quiet, snow-covered town. My hand, clumsy and cold, fumbles for my phone. I have to call her. It's the next logical step on the checklist. The checklist that has led to this utter devastation. She answers on the first ring. Did you come to your senses? Her voice is bright, cheerful, laced with a triumphant satisfaction that makes my stomach clench. I'm leaving, I say. My voice sounding like a flat, dead thing. I am a pilot reading a damage report. There is no emotion. Only the facts of the wreckage. Excellent, she chirps. I knew you'd see reason. I'm at the inn, room 204. I'll order us some room service. We can talk about how to handle the legal side of things. I sent the car. The legal side of things. She's talking about Kiana. About Noel. Reducing the raw, beautiful, terrifying truth of them to a line item on a legal pad. A mess to be cleaned up. Lauren, I say, and my voice becomes a low warning. A sound from a part of me that has been dormant, a sleeping animal that is beginning to stir. What? She asks, her tone shifting, a hint of impatience in her voice. Just stop. I hang up before she can reply, shoving the phone back into my pocket. I can't go to her. I can't sit in a sterile hotel room and talk about handling Kiana. The thought is a physical revulsion, a sour taste in the back of my throat. I turn and look back at the bookstore. The final chapter. My chapter here is over, but I can't leave. Not yet. I feel like I've left a part of my soul inside that warm, fire-lit place, and I have to go back. Not to stay, just to... look. to try and understand what I've just thrown away. The door is unlocked. She must have forgotten, or maybe she just didn't care. The bell chimes, a soft, funereal sound. The store is empty. She must be upstairs. The air is thick with the memories of our fight, her quiet, devastating words still hanging in the space between the shelves. I walk slowly up the creaking stairs, my heart a heavy, painful drum against my ribs. The apartment door is ajar. I push it open. The silence up here is different. It's a wounded silence. It smells of her, of vanilla and cloves, and the scent is a fresh stab of grief. I walk through the small living room, my gaze snagging on every object, every detail a phantom memory I can't grasp but can feel in my bones. The worn blue and green quilt on the armchair. I run my hand over it, the soft, nubby texture a ghost against my skin. The fireplace, where she told me the story of us. The coffee mug I used this morning, sitting washed and clean on a drying rack in the kitchen. Every object is a piece of a life I could have had, a life I have just methodically, logically destroyed. My feet, of their own accord, carry me down the short hallway, toward the one place I shouldn't go. The door to Noel's nursery is cracked open, a sliver of soft, warm light spilling out. I stand in the doorway, a trespasser. I just need to see him, one last time. The room is a small, perfect world of blues and yellows. There are hand-painted stars on the ceiling. A mobile of fluffy, smiling clouds hangs over the crib. It's a room built with love, every detail a testament to the fierce, protective devotion of his mother. And in the center of it all, in the crib, is my son. He's sleeping on his stomach, his little butt in the air, a tangle of blue flannel and dark, curly hair. His face is turned toward me, his features relaxed in the pure, uncomplicated peace of a child's sleep. The tiny, perfect cleft in his chin is a brand on my soul. His little hand is fisted on the mattress, right next to a soft, worn-looking stuffed bear. An ache, so profound and vast it feels like it could split me in two, rises from the depths of my chest. It's a physical pain, a crushing weight that makes it hard to breathe. This is my son. My heart knows it. My gut knows it. Every cell in my body screams it. He is mine. And I have just walked away from him. I am not an honorable man. An honorable man would have trusted his heart. An honorable man would have trusted Kiana. I am a pilot who trusted a faulty instrument, and I have crashed us all. I stand there in the doorway, watching my son sleep, and I feel the full, crushing weight of my decision. The loss is a living thing, a monster with teeth, and it is devouring me from the inside out. I am a man adrift, and I have just cut the only anchor I have found in 2 years. As if he can feel the turmoil raging inside me, Noel stirs. He makes a small, snuffing sound, his little body twitching. He rolls onto his back, his dark eyelashes fluttering against his warm, brown skin. Then he begins to cry. It's not a loud, demanding wail. It's a soft, sleepy, heart-wrenching sound. A whimper of a child who is lost in a dream, who needs comfort, who is calling for a parent, and the sound cuts right through the static, right through the fog, right through the crushing weight of my own failure. It is a signal, a homing beacon, a direct, primal call to a part of me I didn't know existed. It is the sound of my son.
Chapter 21. Kiana. I am in my room, but I am not really here. I am lost in my own house, a spectator to the wreckage. The silence he left behind is pressing down on my chest, making each breath a conscious, difficult effort. I am sitting on the edge of my bed, staring at nothing, my hands lying limp in my lap. The glacier that formed inside me downstairs has not thawed. It has spread, a creeping, numbing cold that has frozen my very will. This is what it feels like to be erased. He took the beautiful, vibrant story of our week together, the story that created my son and reduced it to a questionable narrative that requires external verification. He took the raw, desperate connection we forged on the floor of my bookstore last night and filed it under unreliable data. And then I hear it. It's a thin, reedy thread of sound from the nursery, a single sleepy whimper. Noel, my son is crying. My body should move. My legs should carry me to his room. My arm should lift him from his crib. My voice should soothe him. It is a primal, biological imperative, a sequence of actions I have performed without thought 1,000 times. But I can't. The signal from my brain to my limbs is lost in a fog of grief so thick it's impassable. I am paralyzed by the sheer crushing weight of my own heartbreak. To go to him, to comfort him, would be to acknowledge a world that still turns, a life that must go on. And in this moment, I am not capable of that. I am a statue of sorrow. The whimper becomes a cry, a soft, heart-wrenching sound that is a direct physical pull on something deep inside me. It's a hook, and I am the fish on the line, too heavy with my own despair to be reeled in. Get up, Kiana. Get up. Your son needs you. But the voice of my grief is louder. What's the point? The world is broken. Your heart is broken. You are broken. And then I hear another sound, a sound that cuts right through the fog, right through the paralysis. A soft, hesitant creak, the sound of the nursery door opening. My entire body goes rigid. A live wire of pure maternal terror zings through me, chasing away the cold, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. My heart, which had been a slow, heavy drum, gives a single violent kick against my ribs. He's still here. He didn't leave. He's in the apartment, and he is going into my son's room. I am on my feet before I've even made the conscious decision to move, my paralysis shattered by a surge of adrenaline so potent it makes me dizzy. My mind races, a chaotic vortex of worst-case scenarios. Is he angry? Is he going to yell? Is he going to take him? The primal animal part of my brain, the part that has been solely responsible for keeping this child safe for 15 months, is screaming at me to run, to protect, to defend. But I freeze in my doorway, my hand gripping the frame, my knuckles white, because I have to know. I have to see what he does next. I am a character in a Greek tragedy, compelled to watch the final devastating act unfold. I hear his footsteps, soft and hesitant on the wooden floor. I hear the gentle rustle of fabric as he moves toward the crib. And then I hear a new sound, a sound that is so unexpected, so intimately familiar. It takes the air from my lungs. It's the faint, tinny melody of Noel's music box, the one I keep on his dresser, the one I wind for him every single night, the one my mother gave me when I was a little girl, the one that plays a slow, simple, achingly beautiful version of Silent Night, the one I played for Jax 2 years ago on the first night of the blizzard as we sat by the fire, the world outside a vortex of white. The delicate, hesitant notes drift from the nursery, a ghostly lullaby in the wounded silence of the apartment. I can picture him perfectly, standing over our son, his large, capable hands carefully winding the tiny key. A man with no memory, performing an act of pure, unconscious paternal instinct. Noel's cries have stopped. There is only the music. The sweet, sad notes rise and fall, weaving a spell of fragile, temporary peace. The melody is a ghost, a memory, a tangible piece of the past he can't remember, but is somehow reenacting. I lean my forehead against the cool wood of the doorframe, my eyes squeezed shut, and just listen. The music continues for what feels like a lifetime. It's a long, unbroken thread of sound in the heavy, expectant silence. I am holding my breath, my entire being focused on that one simple melody, and then it stops. The oppressive silence that follows is absolute. It's a held breath, a moment suspended in time. I am waiting for his footsteps. I am waiting for him to walk out of that room, to walk out of my life for good, the final duty of a father performed. But the footsteps don't come. Instead, I hear a new sound, a sound that is not for me, but is so raw, so unguarded, it feels like an intrusion to even witness it. It's a sharp, ragged gasp, the tortured sound of a man who has been punched in the soul, all the air stolen from his lungs. It's followed by another sound, a broken, guttural thing that is ripped from the very depths of him, a choked, strangled sob. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 22. Jax. The sound of my son's cry is a hook that snags deep in my chest and yanks. It bypasses the fog, the confusion, the crushing weight of my own monumental mess-up, and plugs directly into some dormant primal circuit board in my soul. I don't think. I just move. My feet carry me into the nursery, a room I should not be in, a space I have already desecrated with my doubt. Noel is on his back in the crib, his little face flushed, his tiny fists batting at the air. His cries are soft, heartbroken whimpers, and they are the most devastating sound I have ever heard. Kiana isn't coming. I can feel her absence, a cold, hollow space in the apartment. She's in her room, shattered. I did that. I shattered her. My hands, which have always been so steady, so competent, tremble as I reach into the crib. I slide one hand under Noel's back, the other under his legs, and lift him. He's a warm, solid, wriggling weight against my chest. And the feeling is both terrifyingly new and staggeringly familiar. He smells of baby powder and sleep, and Kiana, he's a living, breathing piece of her. "Hey, buddy," I whisper, my voice a raw, broken thing. "It's okay. I'm here." The words are an automatic, instinctual lie. I'm not okay, and I haven't been here. He continues to cry, his small body tense in my arms. I start to rock him, a slow, swaying motion that feels clumsy and unnatural. I'm an intruder, a stranger playing a part I was never cast in. My gaze darts around the room, a desperate search for a tool, a manual, anything that will tell me how to fix this. And then I see it. On the dresser beside a stack of colorful board books is a small wooden music box. It's painted with simple, faded stars and a crescent moon. It's a familiar object, another ghost in this house of echoes. I remember Kiana telling me about it, about her mother. My hand is still trembling as I reach for it. The wood is smooth and cool beneath my fingertips. I turn it over, and my thumb finds the small metal key. On pure, unadulterated instinct, a reflex from a life I can't remember, I begin to wind it. The clicking sound of the mechanism is loud in the quiet room. I lift the lid, and the first tinny, delicate notes of Silent Night spill into the air. The melody is the first key. It doesn't unlock a memory. It unlocks a feeling. A deep, resonant ache in the center of my chest. A feeling of profound, inexplicable peace, and a sorrow so deep it's a cavern. The scent of the small, artificial Christmas tree from the hallway drifts into the room. It mingles with the scent of Kiana on my clothes, with the unique, warm scent of the child in my arms. The combination is the second key. The weight of my son, his cries finally softening into sleepy snufflies as he settles against my shoulder, is the third. The physical act of standing here, in this room, rocking my son to the sound of this specific, ghostly melody, is the final key. It is a multisensory detonation in the black hole of my memory. It's not a movie. It's not a linear narrative. It's a flood. A violent, visceral, overwhelming flood of pure, unadulterated feeling. It's a gut punch of emotion so powerful, it steals the air from my lungs, leaving me gasping, and with the feeling come the fragments. The corrupted data suddenly miraculously whole. The rough, nubby texture of the blue and green quilt under my fingertips. The dark, fruity taste of Merlot on my tongue. The exact musical note of Kiana's laugh as a snowflake lands on her nose. The sharp, clean scent of pine on my coat as I stepped into the warmth of her bookstore for the first time. The softness of her skin under my hands. The taste of her on my lips. The sound of her crying out my name in the dark. The feeling of her hand in mine, her fingers laced through mine, a perfect, seamless fit. It's a collage of pure sensation, a chaotic, beautiful, and utterly undeniable mosaic of a past I had lost. I don't remember the specific words of our conversations, but I remember the feeling of being seen, of being known, in a way I have never been before or since. I remember the staggering, soul-deep certainty that I had been wandering my entire life and had, against all odds, found my way home. I remember the love, the raw, terrifying, all-consuming love I felt for the beautiful, intelligent, wounded woman who had given me sanctuary in a storm. The emotional truth of that week crashes over me, and with it Lauren's carefully constructed lies shatter into dust. Her poisonous narrative, her talk of opportunists and traps, is a cheap, flimsy thing against the steel-reinforced certainty of what I felt, what I feel now. She wasn't protecting me. She was caging me. She was using my broken memory as a weapon to keep me in a life I had already, unconsciously, been trying to escape. A sharp, ragged gasp is torn from my lungs. It's the sound of a drowning man finally breaking the surface. It's followed by a broken, guttural sob, a sound of such profound grief and relief. It feels like it's being ripped from the very depths of my soul. Grief for the 2 years I've lost, for the 15 months of my son's life I have missed, and a profound, staggering relief that it was real. She was real. We were real. Noel is quiet now, his breathing deep and even, his small body a warm, trusting weight against my chest. I hold him tight, burying my face in the soft cloud of his hair, my own body trembling with the aftershocks of the revelation. I remember, I whisper, the words a raw, broken confession against his skin. Oh, God, Kiana. I remember the feeling. I stand there for a moment, just holding my son, my anchor, my truth. The confusion, the doubt, the weary frustration that has been my constant companion for 2 years is gone. It has been burned away, leaving behind a new, cold and diamond-hard certainty. I know who I am. I know what I want, and I know what I have to do. My movements are now steady, filled with a purpose I haven't felt since before the crash. I gently, carefully, place a sleeping Noel back into his crib, my hand lingering for a moment on his warm, soft back. I pull his blanket up to his chin. I turn from the crib, my face set in a mask of cold, quiet fury. And I walk out of the nursery to find Lauren. Chapter 23. Jax. The cold fury in my chest is a clean, sharp thing. It's not the hot, chaotic anger of confusion. It's the cold, focused certainty of a pilot who has just broken through the clouds and can see the ground, the horizon, the single, correct flight path with absolute clarity. The fog is gone. The static is gone. My memory is still a shattered landscape, but the emotional truth of it, the magnetic north of my own heart, is a fixed point, and it is pointing directly at Kiana. I walk out of the apartment, down the creaking stairs, and through the quiet, sleeping bookstore. I don't look back. My mission is clear. Outside, the air is a razor slicing at my skin. The world is a stark, silent landscape of white and gray. Lauren's SUV is a black, predatory slash in the midst of the pristine street, its engine a low, impatient purr. She's waiting for me, waiting for her prize. The man she has tried to cage for 2 years with a narrative of lies and obligation. She sees me approaching, and a slow, triumphant smile spreads over her face. She thinks I've come to surrender. She has no idea I've come to declare war. I don't get in the car. I walk to the driver's side window and rap my knuckles against the glass. She powers it down, her smile faltering slightly at the hard, closed-off expression on my face. Ready to go, darling. I was about to send out a search party. You were taking too long, so I had to come myself. I got tired waiting for you at the inn. Get out of the car, Lauren, I say. My voice is flat. It's the voice I use in the cockpit during a crisis, devoid of all emotion, pure command. Her smile vanishes completely. What is your problem? Get out of the car! She must see something in my eyes she's never seen before, because since I've known her, the real her, the post-accident version, she does exactly as I say. She gets out, her expensive boots crunching on the packed snow, and closes the door, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. This is ridiculous, Jax. You're acting insane. No, I say, taking a step closer, forcing her to look up at me. For the first time in years, I'm acting sane. I don't raise my voice. I don't need to. The cold, quiet fury I'm radiating is more effective than any shout. I'm going to lay out some facts for you, Lauren, and you're going to listen. Fact 1. That photograph you showed me. The one from San Diego. What about it? She snaps. I may not remember that weekend, I say, my voice still dangerously calm. But my flight logs are meticulous. I keep records. And on that specific weekend 2 years ago, I was not in San Diego with you. I was flying a medevac mission out of Durango for a skier with a compound fracture. A mission that is a matter of official, verifiable record. The color drains from her face, leaving 2 bright spots of angry red on her cheeks. Her mask of concerned fiancé is gone, replaced by the pinched, ugly face of a liar who has been caught. Fact 2, I continue, pressing my advantage. You talk about us looking at engagement rings, about our perfect future, but even a man with a broken memory can remember a feeling, an undercurrent. And I remember that our relationship, before the crash, was fracturing. We were 2 ambitious, competitive people who were better rivals than partners. The life you've been selling me for years. It was a fantasy, even then. You don't know that, she spits, her voice a low, vicious thing. You don't remember. That's where you're wrong, I say. And now the emotion comes, a low, powerful wave. It's not the hot rage of confusion. It's the cold, hard certainty of the truth. You were so focused on what my mind forgot, Lauren, that you never once considered what my heart remembered. I take another step and she flinches, taking a half step back. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. This bookstore, I say, gesturing behind me. The scent of it, that quilt in the armchair upstairs, the sound of Kiana's laugh. They're not just random sensory triggers. They are the pieces of a memory my soul never lost. I was in love with her, Lauren. 2 years ago, I fell in love with that woman in that bookstore. And my heart, the one part of me that wasn't broken in that crash, has been trying to find its way back to her ever since. The truth of the words settles in the cold air between us, absolute and undeniable. I see the full, ugly truth of her deception in her eyes. She didn't lie to get me back. She lied to keep me from finding my way back to Kiana. I am done, I say, and the declaration is like a final severing blow. I am done with the lies, with the manipulation, with the life you have tried to build for me on a foundation of my own broken memory. We are over. This time, it's for good. You will not contact me. You will not contact my parents. You will not come near this town, this bookstore, or my family ever again. Do you understand? Her face is a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. The sophisticated fiancé is gone, instead replaced by a cornered, snarling animal. She is lost, and she knows it. She yanks open the door to her SUV, her movements sharp and jerky. You're a fool, Jax, she snarls, her voice dripping with venom. A complete and utter fool. You're throwing away your entire life for a small-town brat and her bastard child. The words land and a red haze of pure, protective rage flashes in front of my eyes. But I hold on. She's not worth it. She gets in the car, slamming the door. She powers down the window, her face twisted in a final, desperate attempt to wound me. You think this is a happy ending? She spits, her voice a low, vicious hiss. You think you can just walk back in there and pick up where you left off? You hurt her. I saw it on her face. You broke her heart, you idiot. She puts the car in drive, her lips curling into a cruel, triumphant smile. She'll never trust you again. The tires of the SUV squeal on the packed snow as she speeds away, leaving a cloud of exhaust and her final, poisonous words hanging in the clean, cold air. She leaves me alone, standing in the street with the truth finally in my grasp, and the cold, terrifying certainty that she is absolutely right. Chapter 24. Jax. Lauren's final words, she'll never trust you again, are a poisoned dart and they find their mark. They echo in the ringing silence of the street, a prophecy I might have just fulfilled. I stand there for a long while, the cold seeping into my bones, watching the space where her car disappeared. The fury that propelled me through our confrontation is gone, burned away, leaving a hollow, aching void in its place. She's right. Why should Kiana trust me? A man who is, for all intents and purposes, two different people. The man she fell for and the fool who broke her heart. I have no flight plan for this, no checklist. I am at ground zero of a disaster of my own making, And the only thing I know for sure is that I can't walk away. I can't get on a helicopter and fly back to a life that feels like a poorly written fiction. My only truth, the only solid ground in the world, is in that bookstore. My feet, heavy as lead, carry me back. The short walk from the street to the front door feels like a mile. My heart is a frantic, heavy thing, a faulty engine threatening to stall. This is it. This is the moment that will define the rest of my days. I push open the door, the chime of the bell a sound of judgment. She's there. She's standing in the center of an aisle, her back to me, running a cloth over a shelf that is already immaculate. Her shoulders are rigid, her posture a fortress. She doesn't turn. She doesn't have to. I can feel the wall between us, a solid, impenetrable thing built of my own stupidity. "Kiana," I say, my voice sounding raw. She continues to wipe the shelf, her movements slow and deliberate. "I thought I asked you to leave." Her voice is quiet. It's not angry. It's worse. It's empty. "You did," I say, taking a slow step into the quiet of the store. I shove my hands in my pockets because I don't know what else to do with them. "And you were right to." That makes her pause. Her hand stills on the shelf, but she still doesn't turn around. "Right about what, Jax?" There's a long list. Her voice is laced with a cold, sharp sarcasm that is more painful than any shout. "About all of it," I say, forcing myself to take another step. "You were right that I was a coward. You were right that I was letting someone else dictate the terms of my life. You were right that my actions didn't match my words." I take a deep breath, the air thick with the scent of paper and her, a scent that is both a comfort and an agony. "You were right to send me away. I was a man flying blind, trying to navigate by a set of instruments I knew were faulty. I needed to be grounded." I'm standing only a few feet behind her now. I can see the tense line of her shoulders, the way her hand is gripping the dustcloth so tightly her knuckles are white. "I needed to make a choice," I continue, my voice dropping lower, stripped of all defense. Not because of a duty I was told I had. Not because of a past I can't remember. But because of right now. Because of the man I am, standing in this room. She finally turns, her movements slow and weary. Her beautiful face is a pale, guarded mask, her dark eyes shadowed with a pain so deep it feels like I'm looking at my own reflection in a shattered mirror. "And what am I supposed to do with that?" she asks, her voice still quiet, still devoid of heat. It's a genuine question, a question from a woman who has been given nothing but empty words and broken promises. This is the moment where I have to offer her a truth that has nothing to do with a corrupted memory file, and everything to do with the man standing in front of her now. "I'm not going to tell you that my memory is back," I say, and the decision is a conscious, deliberate one. This can't be about the past. It has to be about the future. I'm not going to pretend I can be the man you knew 2 years ago. That man is a ghost to both of us. I see a flicker of something in her eyes. Surprise. Confusion. "But I know the man I am now," I say, and my voice sounds clear and steady, infused with a certainty that has been absent for 2 years. And that man sees a woman who is brilliant and strong and resilient. A woman who built a sanctuary not just for herself, but for an entire town. A woman who's the most incredible, fiercely loving mother I've ever seen. Her breath hitches, a tiny, almost imperceptible sound, the first crack in her icy composure. "Lauren was wrong," I say, my voice dropping to a raw whisper. "This isn't about a trap or an opportunity. This is about a truth that my gut, my heart, my very soul has been screaming at me since the moment I walked through that door." I take the final step, closing the distance between us until I can feel the warmth radiating from her body. My choice, Kiana, free and clear, made by me, the man standing right here, right now. It's you, and it's Noel. The words hang suspended, a fragile, desperate offering, a plea. I have laid my entire broken and hopeful self at her feet. I have no flight plan, no checklist. I am defenseless. Her face is a battlefield of conflicting emotions. I see the deep, instinctual weariness of a woman who has been hurt too many times. I see the flicker of a hope she is terrified to feel. I see the formidable strength that has carried her this far. And I see the deep, aching chasm of my own betrayal. I have to ask. I have to know if there is any way to build a bridge across it. My voice is a raw, broken thing, stripped of all pride. Can you forgive me?
Chapter 25. Kiana. The question hovers in the air suspended between us, a fragile, impossible bridge. Can you forgive me? I want to laugh. I want to scream. I want to throw a very old, very heavy book at his head. Forgiveness isn't a cup of coffee you can just offer someone. It's not a cozy blanket to be wrapped in after a storm. Forgiveness, in the literary sense, is the final chapter of a very long, very painful novel, and we are nowhere near the end. But I don't do any of those things. I just stand there, my heart warring with a memory from less than an hour ago. After I closed the door on him, after the final devastating click of the latch, I had stood there frozen until the sound of Noel's sleepy cry finally broke the spell. I'd expected Jax's footsteps to retreat, to fade into the silence of the snow. Instead, I'd heard the nursery door creak open. I'd heard the faint, tinny melody of the music box. And then I'd heard him break. It wasn't the sad sound of a man feeling sorry for himself. It was the ragged, broken sound of a soul cracking open. The sound of a man grieving a loss he didn't even know he had until that very moment. And that one raw, unguarded sob is the only thing keeping me from telling him to go to hell right now. It's the one piece of memory that doesn't fit the narrative of him being a cold, calculating man who needs proof of his own child. The man who made that sound is not the same man who stood in this spot and broke me with a clinical request for clarity. I look at him now, really look at him, and he is different. The frantic, searching confusion that had been a constant storm in his eyes is gone. In its place is a quiet, weary certainty. A profound, bone-deep sorrow, yes, but it's anchored to something. He's no longer a man adrift. He's a man who has just washed up on a devastating shore. Forgiveness isn't a light switch, Jax, I say, and my voice is quiet, brittle. It's not something I can just flip on because you've decided you've made a choice. He doesn't argue. He doesn't offer excuses. He just nods, his gaze steady, accepting my words as his due. I know. The man who stood here a few hours ago and asked me for proof of my son. That wound is still bleeding, I continue. The words a quiet, painful truth. You didn't just question my past. You questioned my present. You questioned my integrity. You questioned me, the woman I am now. And trust, once broken, doesn't just magically reappear. It's a ruin. And I am not a one-woman construction crew. I know, he says again, rougher this time. The pain in his eyes looks like mirror of my own. I was a fool, a coward. I was so lost in the fog of my own head that I used logic as a weapon, and I aimed it at you. There is no excuse. His complete and utter lack of defense is, in itself, the most powerful defense he could possibly offer. He is not trying to justify his actions. He is owning them. I was falling for you, I whisper, and the confession is a fresh wave of pain, an admission of my own foolish, hopeful heart. Not just the memory I remembered, but you, the man who fixed my floor and made my son laugh. My fingers yank a lock, twisting it tightly, a desperate anchor in a sea of emotion. How can I ever trust that man again? How can I know that the next time you're confused, the next time Lauren shows up with a new story, that you won't choose the checklist over me again? You can't, he says, and the raw honesty of it steals the breath out of my lungs. You have no reason to, not yet. He takes a small, hesitant step closer, not trespassing, just closing a fraction of the vast empty space between us. So let me prove it to you. Prove it how? I'm not asking for your trust, Kiana. I'm not asking for your forgiveness. I'm asking for a chance to earn them. His voice is a low, desperate plea, stripped of all pride. I know I have no right. I know I am the last person on earth you should let into your life, into Noel's life. But I am asking anyway. He looks at me, his emerald eyes, my son's eyes, full of a raw, unguarded sincerity that feels both dangerous and undeniable. Let me stay. Let me show you. The silence stretches, thick with the weight of 2 years of pain and a single fragile thread of hope. I won't sleep with you, I say, the phrase a sharp, practical boundary in a conversation that has been anything but. I would never ask you to, he replies instantly, his expression unwavering. And I won't pretend everything is okay. It's not. It is so far from okay, it's in a different galaxy. I know, he says as a quiet, solemn vow. I'll earn it back, Kiana. The trust. I'll earn it back every single day, for as long as it takes. I study his face, searching for a lie, for a hint of the manipulation I've come to expect. I find none. I find only a man who has been to the bottom and is now trying to figure out how to climb back up. I think of Noel, asleep upstairs, who deserves to know the man who gave him his eyes. I think of the lonely, aching space in my own heart that has been empty for 2 years, and I think of the piercing sound of a man sobbing in my son's nursery. The spare room is not an option, I say finally, my voice a quiet surrender to the most terrifying, irrational hope I have ever felt. A flicker of understanding, of relief, so profound it's almost painful, crosses his face. He doesn't push. He doesn't ask for more. Is there, he begins, his voice hesitant, respectful of the fragile ground we're on. Would you let me sleep on the couch? The offer is a concession, a statement. He's not asking to be a guest in my home. He's asking to be a penitent, a man willing to wait, to work, to prove. This is a terrible idea. A catastrophically, heartbreakingly stupid idea. It is the literary equivalent of the heroine running back into the haunted house because she heard a sad noise. It is a recipe for disaster. Fine, I hear myself say, the word a whisper in the quiet of my bookstore. You can sleep on the couch.
Chapter 26. Jax. The couch in Kiana's living room is surprisingly comfortable, but I don't sleep. Sleep is a luxury I haven't earned. Instead, I lie in the dark, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling, and listen to the quiet, sleeping sounds of the home I've shattered. The promise I made to her, I'll earn it back. Every day is a heavy, humbling weight in my chest. It's the first mission I've had in 2 years that feels real, that feels like it matters, and the margin for error is 0. The first test comes sometime in the deep, silent hours of the night. A thin, reedy cry cuts through the darkness from the nursery. Noel. Before the sound has even fully registered, Kiana's bedroom door creaks open. I hear the soft, weary padding of her feet on the floor. I remain perfectly still, my eyes squeezed shut, feigning sleep. It's an act of cowardice. I should get up. I should offer to help, but I have no idea what to do. I'm a stranger here, a guest on the couch. My presence is a wound. My help would be salt in it. So I listen as she soothes him, her voice a low melodic murmur, the familiar sound of a mother comforting her child. The sound of a life I have no part in. The next morning, I'm up before the sun, my body wired with a restless, nervous energy. I can't just sit here. I can't be a passive observer in my own penance. I need to act. Kiana is already in the kitchen, a fragile, wary truce hanging in the air. I start the coffee, a simple, non-verbal act of service. She doesn't thank me, but she doesn't stop me either. While she's occupied with Noel's breakfast, I take my mug and retreat downstairs to the bookstore. The back room is a testament to a busy, overextended life. It's a chaotic jumble of unpacked boxes, towering stacks of unshelved books, and precarious piles of paperwork. It's a logistical nightmare. And at last, since this ordeal began, I feel a surge of something other than confusion or guilt. I feel competent. This is a problem I can solve. For a pilot, especially a SAR pilot, order isn't just an aesthetic. It's a matter of life and death. You have to know where every piece of equipment is. You have to be able to access it in seconds. Chaos is the enemy, and this back room is chaos. I spend the entire morning creating order. I break down boxes. I sort books by genre, then alphabetically by author. I find a logical, intuitive system for the new inventory, creating clear, designated spaces for fiction, non-fiction, and special orders. I clear a pathway, organize the shipping supplies, and even tackle a mountain of invoices, sorting them by date. The work is mindless, physical, and deeply satisfying. It's the first time in 2 years I have felt truly useful. Kiana comes down a few hours later, Noel balanced on her hip. She stops dead in the doorway of the back room, her eyes widening behind her glasses. She takes in the newly organized space, the neat stacks of books, the clear, accessible shelves. Her mouth opens slightly, but no sound comes out. "I hope you don't mind," I say, my voice quiet. I saw a problem." She just stares for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then she gives a single, slow nod. "Thank you," she says, her voice coming out in a soft, surprised whisper. "It's not forgiveness. It's not even a thaw. But it's not a wall either. It's a crack. A tiny hairline fracture in the ice. That night, the cry comes again from the nursery, a thin, sleepy whimper in the dark. This time, I don't hesitate. I swing my legs off the couch, my movements silent and sure. I'm halfway to the kitchen when her bedroom door opens and she appears in the hallway, a silhouette in the dim light. We both freeze, two people meeting in the dark. "I've got it," I say, voice a low whisper. She hesitates, her arms crossed over her chest. "You don't have to." "I want to." The words are the truest I've ever spoken. I need to. I need to take on a piece of the burden she has carried alone for so long. She watches me for a long, silent moment, then gives another one of her small, almost imperceptible nods and retreats back into her room, leaving the door slightly ajar. In the kitchen, I work by the dim glow of the light over the stove. I find the bottles, the formula, the warmer. My hands, which can operate complex machinery in a blizzard, are clumsy and slow as I measure the powder, my brow furrowed in concentration. It takes me twice as long as it should, but when the bottle is finally warm, I feel a ridiculous, disproportionate surge of pride. I carry it into the nursery. Noel is standing in his crib, his small hands gripping the rail, his face a mess of sleepy tears. When he sees me, his cries soften into confused little hiccups. "Hey, buddy," I whisper, lifting him into my arms. He feels impossibly small and fragile against my chest. I sit with him in the rocking chair in the corner, a piece of furniture that feels sacred, a throne I have no right to occupy. I offer him the bottle, and he takes it, his little mouth closing around the nipple with a soft, suckling sound. He drinks, his impossibly green eyes, my eyes, fixed on my face in the dim starlight from his nightlight. And in the quiet, intimate darkness of my son's nursery, I feel a piece of myself click into place. It's not a memory. It's a beginning.
Chapter 27. Kiana. The next day, there's a new, fragile rhythm between us. It's not comfortable, but it's not a battlefield either. It's a delicate, unspoken negotiation. He is a quiet, steady presence, a man trying to earn his place one small, deliberate action at a time. In the late afternoon, I'm making a cup of tea, the spicy scent of cinnamon and cloves filling the air. Jax is sitting at the kitchen table, watching Noel try to stack blocks. He suddenly goes very still, his gaze becoming distant, unfocused. He brings a hand to his temple, his expression one of intense, frustrated concentration. "What is it?" I ask, my heart giving a small, hopeful flutter. He shakes his head, as if trying to clear it. "That smell," he says, his voice rough. "Cinnamon. Cloves." He looks at me, his eyes full of a frustrating, tantalizing near memory. It was wine, wasn't it? That week, we drank. Spiced wine. The memory, a small, perfect, and utterly true fragment, hangs between us. It's a ghost, but it's a real one. My breath catches. The hope I have been so furiously suppressing begins to unfurl, a delicate, dangerous green shoot. "Mulled wine," I whisper, my voice thick. "My mother's recipe." He closes his eyes, a pained look on his face. "I can almost taste it," he says, voice a low, frustrated growl. "It's right there, on the edge of my mind. But I can't grab it." He looks at me, and the raw agony in his eyes is a physical blow. "I'm sorry. It's not enough." "It's a start," I say, and the words become a prayer. It's later that afternoon when the bell on the shop door chimes, and Ellie breezes in, her arms full of grocery bags. "Reinforcements have arrived," she announces, her cheerful voice a welcome, normal sound in our quiet, emotionally charged world. She stops dead when she sees Jack sitting on the floor with Noel, the two of them, engrossed in a surprisingly complex-looking block tower. Her smile vanishes, replaced by a look of sharp, immediate suspicion. "Well, well," she says, her voice losing all of its earlier warmth. "Look what the blizzard dragged in." She unloads the groceries onto the counter, her movements sharp and efficient. I can feel her watching us, her gaze a tangible thing. Jax, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, gets to his feet, a polite but wary expression on his face. Ellie ignores him completely, walking over to me and pulling me into the relative privacy of the history aisle. "What the hell is he still doing here, Kiana?" she demands, her voice a low, fierce whisper. "It's complicated, Elle," I say, laughing tiredly. "It doesn't seem complicated," she counters, her eyes flashing. "It seems like you're letting the handsome, green-eyed ghost who shattered your heart move back into the haunted house." She places her hands on my shoulders, her grip firm, her expression a mixture of love and fierce, protective anger. "I see the way you're looking at him. I see the way he's looking at you. And I know you. You are the strongest person I have ever met. But you have a blind spot the size of Texas. And it is shaped exactly like him." "He's different this time," I argue, but the words sound weak even to my own ears. "Is he?" she challenges, her gaze unwavering. "Or are you just hoping he is?" She softens her grip, her expression gentling into one of deep, heartfelt concern. "I love you. You are my best friend, and I will not stand by and watch you let him break your heart again." Ellie's words, "Don't let him break your heart again," are a poisoned arrow, finding the mark. They echo in the calm quiet of the bookstore long after she's gone, a bitter, cautionary refrain. She is, as always, the brutally honest best friend in a romantic comedy, the one who delivers the hard truths the heroine doesn't want to hear. And I hate her for it, because she's not wrong. The fragile peace that has settled between Jax and me is a delicate gossamer thing. It is a truce built on his quiet, steady efforts and my own weary, reluctant surrender. For the next few days, he has spent the last few days being relentlessly, unobtrusively useful. He's taken every single night shift with Noel, a silent, sleepless sentinel on the couch. He's fixed a leaking faucet in the bathroom. He's even managed to charm Mrs. Gable, the notoriously grumpy head of the Historical Society, into donating a box of rare first editions. He is, in short, being the perfect, honorable, devastatingly competent man I remember. And it is terrifying, because every time I let my guard down, every time I watch him make Noel giggle with a stupid face, every time he hands me a mug of coffee, made exactly the way he shouldn't know I like it, Ellie's voice is there, a ghost at my shoulder. You have a blind spot the size of Texas, and it is shaped exactly like him. The breaking point, as is so often the case in the great tragedies of literature, comes without warning. It starts after Noel's afternoon nap. He usually wakes up a cheerful, bumbling ball of energy, demanding snacks and attention with the tyrannical force of a tiny dictator. But today, he is quiet. He is listless. When I lift him from his crib, his body feels heavy and too warm against mine, his usual sweet, milky scent replaced by a feverish heat. A cold, familiar dread coils in my stomach. I've been through this before. The fevers, the sleepless nights, the middle-of-the-night calls to Dr. Peterson's answering service. But I have always been through it alone. I carry him into the living room, my hand pressed to his forehead. It's hot, too hot. Hey, my love, I murmur, my voice a forced, cheerful thing. You feeling a little under the weather? Jax is on the floor, sorting through a new shipment of children's books. He looks up, his smile fading as he sees the look on my face. Is he okay? I think he has a fever, I say, my voice tight. My heart has begun to beat a little too fast, a frantic hummingbird rhythm against my ribs. I find the thermometer, my hand suddenly clumsy. Getting a 15-month-old to hold still for a temperature reading is a special kind of parental hell, but Noel is too lethargic to even put up a fight. I wait for the beep, a sound that has become the soundtrack to my deepest anxieties. 103.6. Damn. The number on the small digital screen sends a surge of pure, undiluted panic through me. This isn't a low-grade teething fever. This is a 5-alarm fire. My mind, usually my greatest asset, becomes my enemy, a vortex of worst-case scenarios. The hospital is a 40-minute drive away, on roads that are still slick with ice. Dr. Peterson is semi-retired. What if it's serious? What if I'm alone and he has a seizure? The what-ifs are a swarm of angry hornets, and they are all stinging me at once. Okay, I mutter, my voice a high, thin thing I don't recognize. I'm pacing the living room, Noel, a hot, miserable weight against my shoulder. My fingers find a lock, twisting it into a tight, painful knot. We need Tylenol. And a cool bath. No, a lukewarm bath. Sponging is better, right? God, what did Dr. Peterson say last time? Kiana. Jax's voice is a calm, steady anchor in the storm of my panic. I stop pacing and look at him. He's on his feet, his expression calm, focused. The weary confusion is gone, replaced by the quiet, competent authority of a man who flies into avalanches for a living. The SR pilot is here. Breathe, he commands gently. I hadn't realized I wasn't. I take a ragged, shuddering breath. Good, he says, taking a step closer. I need you to work with me. Can you do that? I give a jerky, frantic nod. Okay, first, we get his temperature down. Infant Tylenol, where is it? His questions are clear, concise. A checklist. Bathroom, I say, my voice still trembling. Medicine cabinet? Got it. He's already moving, his long strides eating up the space between us. I need you to get a bowl of lukewarm water and a few washcloths. Not cold, lukewarm. Can you do that? Another nod. His calm is a strange, infectious thing. It's not erasing my fear, but it's containing it, giving it a shape I can manage. I move to the kitchen, my own movements becoming less frantic, more focused. By the time I get back with the bowl and cloths, he's in the nursery with Noel, who is now stripped down to his diaper. Jax has the Tylenol measured out in a small plastic syringe. "Okay, buddy," he says, voice a soft, reassuring rumble as he sits on the floor, holding Noel securely in his lap. "Just a little bit of sweet stuff." He administers the medicine with a quick, practiced efficiency that makes my breath catch. He looks at me. "Okay, the cloths." We fall into a seamless, unspoken rhythm. I kneel beside him, dipping a cloth into the lukewarm water and wringing it out. I gently sponge Noel's forehead, his arms, his little legs. Jax murmurs to him the whole time, a low, calming stream of nonsense that keeps Noel's whimpers from escalating into full-blown sobs. When one cloth gets warm, Jax is already holding out a hand for the next one. We don't have to speak. We are a team. A single, efficient unit with one mission: comfort our son. He is the calm, steady hand, the voice of reason. I am the gentle touch, the familiar comfort. We move around each other in the small, quiet space of the nursery, our bodies brushing, our hands meeting as we pass the cloths back and forth. The wall between us, the one built of his doubt and my heartbreak, doesn't just crack. It dissolves. It ceases to exist. He is not the specter of the man I loved. He is not the stranger who broke my heart. He is Noel's father. He is my partner. He is here. After what feels like a lifetime, Noel's tense little body begins to relax. The feverish heat coming off his skin begins to subside. His cries soften into sleepy, snuffing sounds. And finally, his dark eyelashes flutter against his warm, flushed cheek. And he is asleep, his small, damp hand fisted in the front of Jax's shirt. We both stay perfectly still. A silent, shared vigil in the dim, quiet nursery. The adrenaline that has been coursing through my veins for the last hour fades, leaving behind a profound, bone-deep exhaustion. The only sounds I hear are the soft whisper of Noel's breathing and the frantic, grateful beating of my own heart. We sit there for a long time, two exhausted, emotionally raw parents in a room full of sleeping stories and unspoken truths. Jax's gaze meets mine over the top of our son's head, and the gratitude, the relief, the sheer, staggering intimacy of what we have just shared lingers between us. He looks at me in the dim light from the hallway, and I see a man who is not just earning his place, but claiming it. I open my mouth to say something, but the only word that comes out is a raw, quiet whisper, a word that carries the weight of everything I cannot say. Thank you. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 28. Jax. Her whispered "thank you" hangs in the quiet, dim nursery, a sound so fragile and full of meaning. Noel is a warm, sleeping bundle in my arms, his small hand still fisted in the front of my shirt. The crisis has passed. The fever has broken, and in its wake, so has the wall between us. We are just two people sitting on the floor in the middle of the night, utterly, completely exhausted. There's nothing to thank me for, I say, my voice becoming a low, rough thing. He's my son, Kiana. That was the first time I got to be his father. The first time I really got to be here for you. I carefully, gently, shift Noel from my lap and lay him back in his crib, my movements slow and deliberate. I pull his little blanket up to his chin, my hand lingering for a moment on the impossible softness of his hair. When I turn back, she is still sitting on the floor, her arms wrapped around her knees, watching me. The guarded, wary woman from before is gone. In her place is a woman who looks as raw and emotionally scraped as I feel. We stay like that for a long time, the silence no longer a battlefield but a quiet, shared space for recovery. Finally, I clear my throat, the sound loud in the stillness. We need to talk, I say. It's not a demand. It's a quiet, unavoidable truth. She gives a slow, weary nod and pushes herself to her feet. I follow her out of the nursery, leaving the door cracked just so, and we retreat to the living room. The fire is long dead, the embers a pale, ghostly gray. The only light is the soft golden glow from the fairy lights downstairs, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. She sinks into the corner of the couch, curling her feet beneath her. I don't sit. I can't. I pace, my restless energy a live wire in the quiet room. I've tried, I begin, my voice a low, frustrated thing, to explain what's going on in my head, and I've failed, miserably. I stop pacing and turn to face her, shoving my hands in my pockets. My memory of that week is a blank, a black hole. I can't give you what you deserve, which is the man you remember. He's gone. I see the flicker of pain in her eyes, and I hate myself for causing it. But the amnesia... It's not a clean slate. It's more like a ghost limb. The limb is gone, but you can still feel the ache. You can still feel the memory of the feeling. I take a ragged breath, trying to find the right words. This place. You. Noel. It's the strongest phantom limb I've ever had. From the second I walked into that bookstore, I felt it. A pull. A sense of... rightness. A feeling that I was exactly where I was supposed to be. I walk to the window and stare out at the quiet, snow-covered street. The emotional truth of my love for you. It's the one thing that feels solid. My brain is broken, Kiana. But my heart remembers you. I hear a soft, rustling sound behind me, and when I turn, she's no longer curled into a defensive ball. She's sitting up, her dark eyes fixed on me, her expression one of deep, soul-shaking sorrow. I was so lonely, she whispers, and the confession is a quiet, devastating thing. After my parents were gone, I poured everything I had into the bookstore. It was my shield, my sanctuary. I didn't let anyone in. Not really. She looks down at her hands, her fingers twisting in her lap. And then you walked in, a stranger in a snowstorm, and for 1 week, I wasn't lonely anymore. You saw me, Jax, not just the bookstore owner, not just the orphan. You saw me, and I was so stupidly, recklessly happy. Her voice breaks on the last word, a single perfect tear tracing a path down her beautiful dark skin. When you were gone, the silence was deafening. And then there was Noel, and I love him more than my own life. But raising him alone, it's a different kind of loneliness. A fear that is a constant, low hum under the surface of everything. The fear that if something happens, if he gets sick, if I get sick, I'm all he has. The raw, unguarded honesty of her confession is maddening. It's a glimpse into the 2 years of her life that I have missed. The 2 years she has been a warrior, alone. The emotional intimacy in the room is overpowering. A force of nature as powerful as any blizzard. The air is thick with unspoken things, with shared grief, with a fragile, terrifying hope. I move to the couch, my movements slow and deliberate. I don't sit beside her. I kneel on the floor in front of her, so my eyes are level with hers. You're not alone anymore, I say, and the words sound like a vow, a promise, a prayer. I am here, and I am not leaving. I reach out, my hand hesitant, and gently wipe the tear from her cheek with the pad of my thumb. Her skin is impossibly soft. She doesn't pull away. She leans into my touch, her eyes fluttering shut, a silent surrender that shatters the last of my control. The space between us, which had been a chasm of doubt and pain, disappears. There is only this. The quiet of the room, the scent of her, the impossible, undeniable truth of our connection. I lean in, and my mouth finds hers. It's not the desperate, frantic collision from the bookstore. This is a kiss of profound, soul-deep tenderness. It's a question, a plea, a silent apology. Her lips are soft and pliant under mine, and she meets the kiss with a quiet, heartbreaking sigh, a sound of surrender. Her hands come up to cup my face, her fingers tangling in the hair at the nape of my neck, pulling me closer.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
I shift my weight, rolling us onto our sides so we are facing each other, still joined. I missed you so bad, I murmur, my lips finding hers in a slow, tender kiss. I'm not wasting any more time. I hold her, our bodies still connected, my heart beating in time with hers. And in the quiet, moonlit darkness of her room, two broken pieces finally, miraculously, become whole.
Chapter 29. Kiana. I wake up slowly, adrift in a warm, unfamiliar sea. My body is a content boneless thing, tangled in soft sheets, and the heavy, comforting weight of a man's arm draped over my waist. The air smells of him, a clean, masculine scent of soap and sleep, and something that is uniquely, fundamentally Jack's. For a single, blissful, unguarded moment, there is only this: the quiet of the morning, the warmth of his body curled around mine, the slow, steady beat of his heart against my back. It feels like the epilogue to a story I never thought I'd get to read. The real world, with all its messy, complicated subplots, comes crashing in. My eyes fly open. The memories of last night, the raw, desperate healing, the tender, worshipful reconnection, are a vivid, technicolor reel in my mind. But with the memory comes the anxiety, a familiar, creeping cold. What happens after the happily ever after? What happens when the hero has to go home and introduce the heroine to his family? A family that loves his fiancée. The thought is a bucket of ice water, and I stiffen in his arms. His hold tightens instinctively, pulling me closer against the hard planes of his chest. "You're awake," he murmurs, his voice a low, sleep-roughened rumble against my ear. "I am," I say, my own voice sounding a little too bright. He presses a soft kiss to my shoulder. "What are you thinking about?" "That your fiancée is probably plotting my demise from her room at the inn. That your parents probably think I'm a home-wrecking, gold-digging opportunist. That this beautiful, fragile bubble we're in is about to be burst by the sharp, pointy reality of your other life." "Nothing," I lie, "because I am a coward." He's silent for a long moment, his hand stroking my arm with a slow, soothing rhythm. He's not buying it. "Is it about your parents?" he asks, his voice a quiet, gentle thing. He thinks my sudden tension is about the conversation we had last night. about the ghosts of my own past. It's a thoughtful, intuitive guess, and the fact that he's so wrong is somehow even more painful. No, I whisper. I finally turn in his arms, the sheets pooling around my waist, and face him. The morning light is soft, filtering through the windows, casting a gentle glow on his face. The weary confusion is gone. In its place, a quiet, steady calm that makes my heart ache. It's about yours. A flicker of understanding, of pain, crosses his face. Lauren, he says, the name a flat dead thing. She's not just a story, Jax, I say, my voice trembling slightly. She's real. She's your emergency contact. She's the woman your parents think you're going to marry. I take a ragged breath, the words spilling out, a torrent of all the fears I've been holding back. What happens when you go home? What are they going to think of me? Of Noel? Lauren painted a very specific, very ugly picture of me. What if they believe her? He listens, his gaze never leaving my face, his expression a mixture of profound sorrow and a deep, unshakable certainty. When I'm done, he reaches out, his hand cupping my cheek, his thumb stroking my skin. My parents will love you, he says, his voice becoming a low, certain vow. Because I love you. The words, spoken so simply, so matter-of-factly, steal the breath from my body. Lauren was unimportant, he continues, his voice hardening slightly. A piece of a life I didn't remember and didn't want. I let her exist in the periphery for 2 years because I was lost. I had no interest in a relationship with her or with anyone. I tolerated her because it was easier than fighting and because I didn't want to upset my mother. He looks away for a second, a flicker of guilt in his eyes. My mom has a weak heart. She's fragile. And she and my dad liked Lauren. She fit. And I was so disconnected from my own life, it didn't feel like it mattered. He looks back at me, his sharp green eyes raw with a truth so profound it makes my heart stop. But it did matter, because the reason I couldn't connect with that life, the reason I couldn't feel anything for Lauren, is because my heart was already gone. I didn't know it. My brain couldn't compute it. But my heart, it was already here, in this bookstore, with you. His confession is a key, unlocking a door in my own heart I had sealed shut. Did you, I begin, my voice a raw whisper, the question I have been too afraid to ask, the one that has haunted me for 2 years. That last morning, before you left, did you want to come back? He closes his eyes, a pained expression on his face. I don't know, he says, voice thick with regret. The details, they're still just flashes. But the man I'm beginning to remember, the man I was when I was with you, he wouldn't have just left. He would have come back. I am the one who looks away now. My gaze dropping to the tangled sheets. The memory is so clear, so vivid, it's a ghost in the room with us. You kissed me, I whisper, my voice thick with unshed tears. You kissed me like you were trying to memorize me. You said you had a mission, but you'd be back as soon as you could. You told me to wait for you. I finally look at him and let him see the raw 2-year-old wound. And I did. I waited. Every day I watched the road. I checked my phone. But you never came. And slowly, the hope just faded. Oh, Kiana, he breathes, his voice a sound of pure, unadulterated agony. He pulls me against him, his arms a tight protective cage around me. I am so sorry. He holds me, and at last, I let myself be held. I let the ghosts of the past and the fears of the future dissolve in the solid, undeniable truth of his arms around me. Later that day, the bookstore is transformed. The quiet sanctuary becomes the bustling, chaotic, and joyful hub of the Aspen Ridge Christmas Eve Festival. The entire town seems to descend on us, drawn by the promise of hot cider, Ellie's famous gingerbread cookies, and the last-minute panic of a town full of people who have forgotten to buy a gift for their great Aunt Susan. For the first time since he arrived, I see Jax in my world. Not the wounded, confused man in my apartment, but a man who moves through a crowd with an easy, quiet confidence. He charms Mrs. Gable into buying a book on military history. He helps a flustered young couple untangle a string of Christmas lights. He hoists a giggling Noel onto his shoulders, carrying him through the crowded store like a king on his throne, pointing out the different book covers. He's not a man doing his duty. He is a father. A proud, doting, ridiculously handsome father. He interacts with my friends, with my neighbors, with the people who have been my entire world for the last few years. And they love him. Even Ellie, my fierce, protective, and deeply skeptical best friend, thaws. I see her watching him, a grudging, surprised smile on her face as he expertly distracts a crying toddler with a hand puppet. I watch him, and the last of my fear, the last of my carefully constructed walls, crumbles into dust. This is the future I had secretly, foolishly, allowed myself to dream of in the lonely hours of the night. This man, this life, this family, it's real. My heart, the stubborn, foolish, and hopelessly romantic thing, has already made its choice. As the festival winds down, and the last of the happy, cider-fueled townspeople head home, a quiet, peaceful silence settles over the bookstore. Noel is asleep upstairs, exhausted from his day of being the town's unofficial mascot. The only sounds that permeate are the soft crackle of the fire and the gentle hum of a Christmas carol on the radio. Jax is standing by the tall, beautifully decorated Christmas tree in the center of the shop, his back to me. When he turns, the easy, charming smile he's been wearing all day is gone. In its place is an expression of such profound, serious love, it steals the breath right from my lungs. He holds out a hand to me, a silent invitation. My heart gives a single, powerful thud against my ribs. I walk toward him, my feet moving of their own accord, and place my hand in his. His fingers close around mine, a warm, solid, perfect fit. He pulls me closer until we are standing in the soft, twinkling glow of the Christmas tree lights.
Chapter 30. Jax. The bookstore is quiet. The happy chaos of the Christmas Eve festival has faded, leaving behind the ghosts of laughter, the lingering scent of mulled cider and gingerbread, and a floor scattered with stray pine needles and glitter. It's a happy mess. The evidence of a life, of a community, that Kiana has built. I stand by the Christmas tree, the colored lights blinking in a slow, steady rhythm, like a calm heartbeat. Noel is asleep upstairs, a tiny king exhausted from his day of ruling over his adoring subjects. The only sound is the soft crackle of the fire and the low, gentle hum of a Christmas carol on the radio. Peace on earth. I'm beginning to understand what that feels like. My own heart, however, is a different story. It's a frantic, turbulent engine preparing for the most important landing of my life. The fear I confessed to Kiana last night, the terror of the unknown, is still there, but it's been joined by something else. A profound, bone-deep certainty. A pilot knows his true north. And mine is standing 20 feet away, her back to me, as she straightens a stack of books that are already perfectly aligned. My entire life, I've been a man who follows a flight plan, a man who trusts his instruments, his training, his logic. And for the last 2 years, I've been a man flying blind, lost in a storm with no instruments at all. But the fog has cleared. The static is gone. I don't need a map. I don't need a checklist. I just need her. She is my true north. I watch her for a long moment, memorizing the way the fairy lights catch in her locks, the quiet, efficient grace of her movements. She is the strongest person I have ever known, and I have broken her heart twice. The second time with my eyes wide open, The weight of that is a physical thing, a crushing pressure in my chest. But it is not a weight of despair. It is a weight of purpose. I clear my throat, the sound loud in the quiet room. Kiana. She turns, and the soft, weary smile she's been wearing all day is still there, but it's fragile. It's a truce flag, not a victory banner. Hey, I was just about to head up. Are you coming? In a minute, I say, my voice sounding a little too rough. Come here first. I hold out my hand, a silent invitation. I see the hesitation in her eyes, the flicker of a question, of a fear she is trying so hard to overcome. Her trust is a ruin, she'd said, and she is right. But a single, wild, green shoot of hope is pushing its way through the wreckage. I can see it. She walks toward me, her footsteps making a soft, hesitant sound on the worn wooden floor. She places her hand in mine. Her fingers are warm, her skin impossibly soft. The simple, profound rightness of her hand in mine is a physical jolt, a current that grounds me, that steadies the frantic engine in my chest. I lace my fingers through hers and gently pull her closer until we are standing in the soft, multicolored glow of the Christmas tree lights. I've been thinking about the two men you've met, I begin, my voice a low, rough thing. The ghost and the fool. Her breath hitches, a tiny, audible gasp, but she says nothing. She just watches me, her dark eyes wide and luminous. I can't remember being him, I say, and the phrase is a quiet, painful confession. The man from 2 years ago. I have the flashes, the taste of mulled wine, the sound of your laugh. But I don't have him. Can't tell you what he was thinking, what his plans were. I lift her hand and press a soft, reverent kiss to her knuckles. But I know one thing for certain about that man. He had impeccable taste because he fell in love with you, I can feel it. It's the one piece of his story that survived the crash. A single, perfect tear escapes her eye and traces a slow, glittering path down her cheek. I reach up with my free hand and gently wipe it away with the pad of my thumb. And then there's the other guy, I continue, my voice dropping to a raw whisper. The fool, the man who has been stumbling through the last few days, lost and confused and terrified. The man who broke your heart because he was a coward who trusted a checklist more than his own soul. I look her in the eye and I let her see all of it, the regret, the shame, the profound, staggering depth of my own failure, and I need you to know that man fell in love with you too. Her lips part, a silent, unasked question on them. I have fallen in love with you twice, Kiana, I say, and the words become the truest, most certain thing I have ever known. The first time, it was a beautiful, chaotic, perfect storm. This time it's been a quiet, steady, and undeniable sunrise. I've spent the last few days watching you, learning you not as a memory but as the woman you are now. The brilliant, resilient, fiercely loving woman who's the center of this entire world. And my love for you now, it's deeper, it's stronger, because it's a choice. A choice made with my eyes wide open. I take a deep, shuddering breath, my heart a wild, frantic thing. This is it, the final approach. My memories are still flashes, I admit, and the vulnerability is a raw, open thing between us. I may never get all the pages of our first chapter back, but I know this, Kiana. My heart is whole. It is not a ghost, it is not broken, and it belongs to you. It has always belonged to you, and to Noel. Her face is a beautiful, tragic, hopeful mess of tears. She is trembling, her hand gripping mine like a lifeline. With my gaze locked on hers, I release her hand and slowly, deliberately, get down on one knee. The feel of the old, worn wooden floorboards beneath my knee is a grounding thing. I'm a pilot, a soldier, a man of action, and this is the ultimate act of surrender. I look up at her, at the beautiful, incredible woman who is my entire world, the woman I almost lost twice. I'm not asking you to marry the ghost, Kiana, I say, my voice thick with an emotion so powerful it threatens to break me. And I am not asking you to marry the fool. I'm asking you to marry the man who is on his knees in the middle of your bookstore on Christmas Eve. A man who knows, with every broken and whole piece of his soul, that his life began the moment he met you. I reach into my pocket and pull out the small, simple object I found in a dusty corner of the antique shop down the street this afternoon. It's not a diamond. It's a simple silver ring, shaped like a crescent moon, a tiny, perfect echo of the scar on her temple. I can't give you back the past we lost, I say, my voice coming out in a raw, broken whisper. But I can promise you a future. I promise to spend every day of my life earning your trust, earning your forgiveness, and building a life so full of new memories that the old ones won't matter anymore. I hold the ring up to her, the silver glowing in the soft, twinkling lights of the Christmas tree. Marry me, Kiana. Let's write the rest of our story. Together. She's crying freely now. Silent, beautiful tears that glitter in the soft light. Her hand is pressed to her mouth, a choked, happy, heartbroken sob escaping her lips. She looks from the ring to my face, her dark eyes a sea of every emotion I have ever known. The silence stretches. A single, perfect, terrifying heartbeat. And then she nods, a slow, certain, beautiful movement. Through her tears, she whispers the single, life-altering word that is my entire world. Yes.
Chapter 31. Kiana. I wake to the unfamiliar, profound luxury of silence, not the charged, heavy silence of the last few days, but a deep, peaceful quiet that feels like a benediction. The storm has passed. Outside the window, the world is a pristine, glittering landscape of white, the sky a pale, hopeful blue. The second thing I notice is the warmth. A solid, living heat pressed against my back, a heavy arm draped protectively over my waist. My body is a content, boneless thing, tangled in soft sheets and the quiet, steady rhythm of Jax's breathing. And just beyond him, a third, smaller warmth. I slowly, carefully turn my head on the pillow. Noel is here. He's wedged between us, a small flannel-clad heat-seeker who must have crawled into our bed sometime in the deep, silent hours of the night. He's fast asleep, his little face a perfect, peaceful sculpture. His dark eyelashes fanned out against his warm brown skin. One of his chubby hands is resting on Jax's chest, rising and falling with each of his father's breaths. My own breath catches. A sharp or painful little snag of pure, unadulterated joy. This is what it feels like. A family. My family. The sight of the two of them, my two boys, sleeping so peacefully together in the soft morning light, is a thing of such profound, devastating beauty, it feels like a dream. I am terrified to move, terrified to breathe, terrified that this fragile, impossible reality will shatter. For the last 2 Christmases, I have woken up alone in this bed. My joy was real, but it was a quiet, solitary thing. A fiercely protected flame I nurtured from my son. This is different. This is a bonfire. Jax's eyes flutter open, his gaze instantly finding mine. There is no confusion in their green depths this morning, only a slow, sleepy, and utterly devastating smile. He looks from me to the small warm body between us, and the smile widens, a look of such profound, wondering awe on his face it makes my heart ache. "Merry Christmas, Kiana," he whispers, his voice a low, sleep-roughened rumble that vibrates through the mattress. "Merry Christmas, Jax," I whisper back, and the words are not a social platitude. They are a prayer, a declaration, a beginning. We spend the first hour of Christmas morning in a state of quiet domestic bliss that feels both brand new and deeply, achingly familiar. We make coffee, the rich aroma mingling with the scent of the pine tree downstairs. Jax, it turns out, is a natural at the chaotic, high-stakes sport of dressing a toddler, his large, capable hands surprisingly deft with the tiny snaps of Noel's Christmas-themed pajamas. He makes a game of it, peppering Noel's belly with raspberries until our son is a giggling, wriggling mess of pure joy. I watch them, my hip leaned against the doorframe of the nursery, a mug of coffee warming my hands. And the last of the ice around my heart, the final stubborn glacier of my own fear and self-protection melts away. Ellie was wrong. This isn't a blind spot. This is what it looks like to be seen. The siren song of the presence under the tree becomes too much for Noel to bear. He toddles to the top of the stairs, pointing a chubby finger downward, and lets out a single demanding, "Dat?" Downstairs, the bookstore is a beautiful, happy mess. Stray ribbons and glitter are scattered across the floor, evidence of the festival. But the morning sun is streaming through the large front window, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, turning the entire space into a golden, magical grotto. Noel, predictably, loses his mind. He is a whirlwind of joyous, destructive energy, his small hands tearing at wrapping paper with a singular, focused glee. He is more interested in the boxes and the paper than the gifts themselves. But his happiness is a tangible thing, a bright, warm light that fills the entire room. Noel babbles on and on as if he's telling his daddy about the gifts. Jax is on the floor beside him, a willing and enthusiastic co-conspirator in the chaos. He shows Noel how to work a new push toy, his deep voice a patient, loving rumble. He helps him stack a new set of colorful blocks. He is not a man playing a part. He is a father in his natural habitat. In watching him with our son, I feel a love so fierce, so profound, it feels like it could split my chest open. After the initial flurry of toddler-related joy has subsided, Jax turns to me. He reaches under the tree and pulls out a small rectangular package wrapped in simple brown paper. "This one's for Noel," he says, his voice sounding a little thick. "From me." He kneels in front of our son, who is currently trying to eat a piece of red ribbon. "Here you go, buddy." Noel takes the gift, his attention immediately captured. With a little help from Jax, he tears away the paper. It's the music box. My breath catches. The small wooden box, painted with faded stars and a crescent moon, sits in the middle of a sea of torn wrapping paper. The object that has been a symbol of my own private, painful memory, the object that triggered the return of his, is now here, in the light of Christmas morning. Jax gently takes the box and winds the key. The first tinny, delicate notes of Silent Night spill into the stillness of the bookstore. Noel's eyes go wide, his little head tilting in wonder. "It was the first thing I remembered," Jax says, his voice sounding like a low, raw thing, his gaze fixed on the box. The sound of this, the feeling of holding him. He finally looks up at me, and his green eyes are a sea of every emotion I have ever known. "It's a part of our story, Kiana, the painful parts and the beautiful parts. I want him to have it. I want him to know that this, our family, was born from a beautiful, silent night." The tears come then, hot and fast and utterly, completely happy. I kneel on the floor, my hand covering my mouth, and just let them fall. He's not done. He reaches under the tree again and pulls out a much larger flat package, also wrapped in simple brown paper. "This one," he says nervously, "is for you." He hands it to me and my fingers are trembling as I take it. It's heavy, solid. I carefully tear away the paper, my heart a frantic, hopeful drum against my ribs. I see the cover, and a sob, a real, honest-to-God, gut-wrenching sob, is torn from my throat. It's a first edition. A pristine, beautiful, impossible first edition of Zora Neale Hurston's Their Eyes Were Watching God. My favorite book. The book I quoted to him during our week together, the book we argued about, the book that holds a piece of my soul. "How?" I whisper, my fingers tracing the embossed title, the texture of the old beloved cover, a sacred thing beneath my fingertips. "Jax, how did you even find this?" I have my sources, he says, a slow, proud smile spreading across his face. And I listen. And that's it. That's the thing that breaks me and heals me all at once. I listen. He doesn't remember the conversations from 2 years ago. He has listened to me now. He has seen me, the woman I am today, the woman who runs this bookstore, who champions these stories. This isn't a gift to the ghost he can't remember. This is a gift to me, Kiana. We spend the rest of the day in a state of quiet, perfect peace. The storm outside has passed, leaving a world of glittering, sun-drenched snow. The bookstore is closed, a sign on the door reading, "Closed for Christmas," and for a new beginning. We play with Noel on the floor. We read stories, our bodies curled together in the big worn armchair by the fire. I watch Jax hold our sleeping son, his large, capable hands spread protectively over Noel's small back, and I feel a sense of homecoming so profound, it's a physical ache in my chest. Later, as the sun begins to set, casting a long golden glow through the shop, we are sitting on the couch upstairs, Noel a warm, sleepy weight between us. The day has been perfect. A quiet, beautiful, and utterly impossible gift. Jax turns to me, his expression soft, a playful, secret smile on his lips. "I have one more present for you," he murmurs, his voice low and intimate. "You've given me more than enough," I say, my own voice a happy, contented sigh. "No," he says, his green eyes twinkling with a promise that sends a shiver of pure, delicious happiness through me. "There are many, many more surprises to come, my love. Every day, every month, every year." I gaze into his eyes, reading the sincerity in them. "I love you," I declare softly. He kisses me on the lips, brushing his against mine like a fleeting feather as our eyes express the words we can't say. "I love you more than life itself." Noel's giggles interrupt our moment as he walks toward us, opening his arms as if he wants to join. "Oh, Noel," I open my arms. "My baby." "You've given me the best Christmas gift, my love," Jax whispers in my ears as he embraces us both. I bury my face on Noel's neck, trying not to cry. Yes, this is the best Christmas gift ever. My complete, happy family. Chapter 32. Kiana. The morning after Christmas dawns bright and cold and full of a terrifying, fragile hope. I wake up tangled in Jax, his body a warm, solid anchor in a world that has, for the first time in 2 years, stopped spinning. The silver crescent moon ring is a cool, unfamiliar weight on my finger. Every time I look at it, a fresh wave of happy, hysterical tears threatens to spill over. I, Kiana Williams, a woman who has built a fortress around her heart with the spines of 1,000 books, am engaged to a stranger, to the father of my child, to a man who has somehow, against all odds, become my home. But even in the warm, safe cocoon of our bed, with Noel sleeping peacefully in his crib in the next room, a familiar, creeping anxiety begins to snake its way through the joy, the monster at the end of the book. Lauren is gone, yes. But the world she represents, the life Jax had before me, is not. And that world includes his family. "What's going on in that beautiful, overthinking head of yours?" Jax murmurs, his voice a low, sleepy rumble against my hair. He pulls me closer, his lips finding the sensitive spot just below my ear. "Just wondering if it's too soon to start writing the thank you notes for the wedding gifts," I say, my voice sounding a little too bright. He chuckles, the sound a warm vibration against my back. He's not buying it. "Kiana," I let out a sigh, the sound a puff of warm air against his chest. I turn in his arms to face him, the silver ring glinting in the morning light. "Your parents," I say, the sound a quiet, painful confession. "They think you're engaged to someone else. They have a 2-year-old fully formed idea of what their son's life is supposed to look like, and it doesn't look like me. It doesn't look like a black bookstore owner from a small town they've never heard of, who happens to have their secret grandchild. The anxiety, now that it's been given voice, is a frantic buzzing thing in my chest. What if they hate me, Jax? What if they believe Lauren? She's had 2 years to sell them her story. I'm the inconvenient, unbelievable plot twist. He listens, his expression a mixture of profound sorrow and a deep, unshakable certainty. When I'm done, he reaches out, his hand cupping my cheek, his thumb stroking my skin. I told you, my parents, he vows solemnly, are going to love you because you are the woman their son loves, and because they have been waiting 2 years for the man I was before the crash, the man I was when I was with you, to come back. And you're the one who brought him home. He presses a lingering kiss to my forehead. And as for Lauren, I think it's time we cleared up that particular piece of fiction. He sits up, reaching for his phone on the nightstand. My heart gives a single violent kick against my ribs. What are you doing? I'm calling my parents, he says, his expression calm and resolute. It's Christmas morning. They'll be home. He looks at me, and the quiet strength in his green eyes is a lifeline. It's time for them to meet their daughter-in-law and their grandson. I watch, my heart a frantic hummingbird in my chest, as he dials. I can hear the faint, tinny sound of the phone ringing on the other end. Hey, Mom, he says, his voice suddenly softer, younger. Yeah, Merry Christmas to you too. I'm fine. I'm more than fine, actually. No, I'm in Aspen Ridge anymore. I'm still here. He pauses, listening, a small, sad smile on his face. He's a different person when he talks to his mother. The confident, competent pilot is gone, replaced by a son who is trying so hard not to cause any pain. Mom, I have something to tell you, he says, his voice regaining its quiet strength. Something wonderful and something complicated. I sit beside him on the bed, my knees drawn up to my chest, and I listen to him rewrite the last 2 years of his life. I only hear his side of the conversation, but I can fill in the blanks. I can hear the shocked silence on the other end of the line, the hesitant questions, the slow dawning realization. He tells them everything about the blizzard 2 years ago, about me, about Noel. He leaves out no detail, his voice a steady, unwavering testament to a truth he has finally claimed as his own. No, Mom, just listen, he says, his voice firm but gentle. I know what Lauren told you. She told you, didn't she? He pauses, his jaw tightening. Yeah, I thought so. And I need you to know every word she said was a lie. She was manipulating you just like she was manipulating me. He takes a deep breath. The woman I was engaged to before the accident, that relationship was over long before it ever started. And the woman I am going to marry, the mother of my son, she is the most incredible, honorable, and brilliant person I have ever known. And you are going to love her. The fierce, unequivocal defense of me, of us, is a balm on a wound I didn't even know was still bleeding. He is not just correcting the record. He is setting it on fire. He listens for a long moment, a slow, beautiful smile spreading across his face. Yeah, he says, his voice thick with an emotion I can't quite name. Yeah, she is. He looks at me, his green eyes, my son's eyes, shining with a love so profound it makes my breath catch. Actually, she's right here. Do you want to say hi? My eyes go wide with panic. I shake my head frantically, my hands held up in a gesture of pure, unadulterated terror. He just smiles, a gentle, reassuring thing, and holds the phone out to me. Trapped. My heart a frantic, stampeding thing, I take it. My hand is trembling. Hello? I whisper, my voice a thin, reedy thing. Kiana? The voice on the other end is not the sharp, judgmental voice I had imagined. It's soft. It's warm. It's kind. My dear girl, I am so sorry for all of it. Oh, I say, the single word a stupid, inadequate puff of air. We had no idea, she continues, her voice thick with unshed tears. We just knew our son was lost. And now I know why. He left his heart in your bookstore. She lets out a soft, watery laugh. And from what he's told me, you have given him a new one, a better one. And you have given us a grandson. Her voice breaks on the last word. Thank you, my dear, for taking care of our boy, for bringing him home. The tears come then, hot and fast and utterly, completely cleansing. They are not tears of sadness or fear. They are tears of a profound, staggering relief. The final piece of our new, impossible, beautiful life has just clicked into place. We are no longer an isolated, secret little unit. We are a family in all its messy, complicated, and wonderful forms. I talk to her for a few more minutes, my own voice a thick, tearful mess. She is warm and funny, and everything I was so terrified she wouldn't be. She tells me she can't wait to meet me, to meet her grandson. By the time I hand the phone back to Jax, I am a happy, exhausted, emotional wreck. He finishes the call, his own eyes shining with an unshed emotion. He ends with a quiet, I love you too, Mom. And the simple, heartfelt words are the most beautiful thing I have ever heard. He hangs up the phone and turns to me, his face a landscape of profound love and relief. He pulls me into his arms, his hold tight and sure. I bury my face in the warm curve of his neck, breathing in the scent of him, the scent of my future. He pulls back, his hands cupping my face, his green eyes full of a new, exciting light. They want us to fly out for New Year's, he says, a slow, beautiful smile spreading across his face. Are you ready for that?
Chapter 33. Jax. Spring comes to Aspen Ridge not as a gentle thaw, but as a glorious, chaotic explosion. The mountainsides, which have been a stark, silent landscape of white and gray for months, are suddenly alive with the impossible, vibrant green of new aspen leaves. The river that cuts through town, once a frozen, sleeping thing, is now a roaring, joyful torrent, swollen with melted snow. The air itself feels different, lighter, full of the rich, loamy scent of damp earth and the promise of new beginnings. Our life has found its own rhythm, a quiet, steady beat in time with the changing seasons. I'm a man living two lives. For 4 days a week, I am a pilot, flying missions out of a base 2 hours away, a life of checklists and flight plans, and the familiar, sterile solitude of the sky. But for 3 days a week, I'm simply Jax. I'm a man who wakes up in a bed that smells of vanilla and cloves and Kiana. I'm a man who gets to see his son's face light up with pure, unadulterated joy at the sight of him. I'm a man who is slowly, painstakingly, earning his place in a life he was a fool to ever lose. It's not perfect. There are still shadows. Kiana's trust is a fragile, skittish thing, a rescued animal that still flinches at sudden movements. I see it sometimes, in the flicker of an old fear in her eyes when I'm packing my duffel bag to leave for a mission. The ghost of the man who vanished is still here, a quiet, unwelcome guest in our home, and my memory is still a shattered landscape. The flashes come more frequently now, the taste of her coffee, the sound of her laugh, the impossible softness of her skin. But they are still just fragments, a beautiful, frustrating mosaic of a life I can feel, but not fully recall. But we are building something new, something real. Our days are a quiet, happy chaos of board books and block towers and long walks by the roaring river. Our nights are a rediscovery, a slow, tender and deeply emotional exploration of a connection that feels both brand new and ancient. Every touch is a prayer. Every kiss is a promise. Every time we make love, it is not a desperate search for a memory, but a deliberate, joyful act of creating a new one. I come home on a Thursday afternoon in late May, the bed of my truck full of a new shipment of books I picked up for her in the city. The bell on the shop door chimes, a sound that is no longer a judgment or a warning, but a welcome. She's behind the counter, a pencil tucked into the beautiful, intricate knot of her locks, her brow furrowed in concentration as she pores over an invoice. She looks up, and the smile that transforms her face, a slow, brilliant, and utterly devastating thing, still makes my heart kick against my ribs. "You're early," she says, her voice sounding warm and happy. "Couldn't stay away," I reply, dropping my duffel bag by the door and walking toward her. I lean over the counter and kiss her, a long, slow, and deeply satisfying kiss that tastes of her cherry lip balm and the promise of home. She murmurs against my lips. I'm glad. Noel, who has been helping her by enthusiastically stamping every available surface with an ink pad, lets out a triumphant shriek. "Dada!" He toddles out from behind the counter, his face and hands a mess of blue ink, and launches himself at my legs. I scoop him up, my beautiful, chaotic, ink-stained son, and lift him high into the air. He giggles, a sound of pure, unadulterated joy that is the best welcome home a man could ever ask for. "Hey, buddy," I say, settling him on my hip. "Looks like you've been busy." "We are creating a new abstract expressionist masterpiece," Kiana says, her eyes twinkling. "It's called Ode to a Mess." I look at her, at the quiet, happy contentment on her face, at the beautiful, chaotic life we are building in this sanctuary of stories, and the decision that has been solidifying in my mind for weeks. A quiet, steady certainty finally clicks into place. This is my home. This is my true north. And I am done flying away from it. Later that evening, after Noel is asleep, after the bookstore is quiet, we are sitting on the couch upstairs. A comfortable, companionable silence between us. Kiana is curled against my side, her head on my shoulder, reading from a new collection of poetry. I am not reading. I am just breathing her in, memorizing the feel of her against me, the quiet, steady rhythm of her breathing. "I have something to tell you," I say, my voice becoming a low, rough thing in the room. She looks up, a question in her dark, beautiful eyes. I take a deep breath. This is it. The final course correction. The flight plan for the rest of my existence. "I took a new job," I say, her eyebrows arch in surprise. "Oh? Where?" "Here," I say, and the single word is a vow, a promise, an anchor. The head of the Aspen Ridge SAR team is retiring. He offered me the position. I took it. She sits up, turning to face me, her expression a mixture of shock and a dawning wondrous hope. "You... what? Jax, you love what you do? The high-altitude rescues, the action." "I do," I say, and it's the truth. "But I love you more. I love Noel more. I am done with the transient life, Kiana. I am done with the goodbyes. I am done being a man who lives in two different worlds. I just want one." I reach out and take her hand, my fingers lacing through hers. "I want to put down roots. Real ones. Here, with you." The silence that follows is a living, breathing thing. She just stares at me, her eyes wide and luminous in the soft light of the lamp. I can see the war in her, the battle between the fierce, self-sufficient woman who has learned not to rely on anyone, and the woman who is so tired of being alone. "You're serious," she whispers, the words a fragile, hopeful breath. "I've never been more serious about anything in my life," I say certainly. And then I see it. The last of her walls, the final stubborn remnant of the fortress she built around her heart, crumbles into dust. A slow, beautiful, and utterly brilliant smile spreads across her face, A smile so full of joy and relief and love, it feels like I'm looking directly at the sun. "Okay," she says in a tearful whisper. "Okay." She launches herself at me, her arms wrapping around my neck, and kisses me, a deep, hungry, and celebratory kiss that is a promise of 1,000 happy, ordinary, and extraordinary days to come. When she finally pulls back, her face is a beautiful, happy mess of tears. She is beaming, a light radiating from her that is so bright it almost hurts to look at. "That's good," she says, her voice sounding a little too casual, a mischievous, secret sparkle in her eyes. "Because I have some news, too." "Oh, yeah?" I say, my own heart a buoyant, joyful thing in my chest. "What's that?" She takes my hand and places it on her stomach, a place that is still flat and firm and familiar beneath her soft sweater. She looks me in the eye, her smile so full of love and a quiet, triumphant joy, it steals the breath right out of my lungs. "The bookstore is expanding," she says, her voice a soft, beautiful whisper. "And so are we. I'm pregnant."
Chapter 34. Kiana. It is a truth universally acknowledged that a single woman in possession of a good bookstore must be in want of a quiet life. Or at least, that's the version of the story I've been telling myself. But standing here, in the heart of my sanctuary, on Christmas Eve, I have to admit that the plot twist of my life is infinitely better than the original manuscript. My bookstore is no longer a bookstore. It is a cathedral. Hundreds of white roses, their scent a sweet, decadent perfume, are tucked into every available nook, their creamy petals a stark, beautiful contrast against the dark wood of the shelves. Thousands of tiny golden fairy lights are woven through the rafters, draping from the shelves, turning the entire space into a star-filled grotto. My friends and family, the family I have built and the family that has so graciously welcomed me, are a warm, humming presence, their happy chatter a beautiful, living soundtrack. And at the end of the makeshift aisle, flanked by towering shelves of classic literature, stands Jax. My Jax. He is no longer a stranger. He is my present. He is my future, dressed in a sharp, dark suit that makes my breath catch, his green eyes fixed only on me, shining with a love so profound, so certain, it feels like the sun. Our ring-bearer, as is the tradition in all the best, most chaotic love stories, is a wild card. Noel, my beautiful, brilliant, and deeply independent 2.5-year-old son, toddles down the aisle with a singular, focused determination. He clutches the small velvet pillow with our rings in one hand and a half-eaten gingerbread man in the other. He makes it halfway before he is distracted by a particularly shiny ribbon on a gift, and it is only the promise of more gingerbread from Ellie that coaxes him the rest of the way. He is perfect. He is chaos. He is ours. I meet Jax at the altar, my hand in his fingers a warm, solid, and utterly familiar anchor. I am 6 months pregnant, my body a soft, round, and beautiful testament to the life we have built, to the future we are creating. I can feel the gentle flutter of our daughter inside me, a quiet, secret applause. We say our vows, not the traditional, scripted words, but our own. We speak of second chances, of quiet, ordinary days, of the profound, unshakable truth of a love that transcends memory. "I promise," Jax says, his voice a low, thick thing, his eyes never leaving mine. "To spend the rest of my life writing a story with you so beautiful, so real, that we will never have to look back at the pages we lost." "And I promise," I whisper, my own voice a tearful, happy mess, "to be the final chapter." He slides the simple silver band onto my finger, a perfect, gleaming partner to my crescent moon engagement ring. And when the efficient, a beaming, tearful Mrs. Gable finally says the words, "I now pronounce you husband and wife," the cheer that erupts from our friends and family is a physical, joyful wave. He leans in, his hands cupping my face, and his mouth finds mine. The kiss is not a desperate search, not a fragile truce. It is a celebration. It is a promise. It is the beginning of the rest of our lives. And as he kisses me, I see it. Through the large front window of our bookstore, in the deepening twilight of Christmas Eve, the first fat, perfect snowflakes of the year begin to fall. Later, much later, the bookstore is quiet again. The guests are gone. The flowers are beginning to droop in the warm, candlelit air, and Noel is safely tucked in at his new grandparents' house, deliriously happy and full of sugar. The apartment upstairs has been transformed. Ellie, my ridiculously romantic and wonderful best friend, has worked her magic. The room is filled with candles, their soft, flickering light dancing on the walls. The bed is covered in fresh white linens and a scattering of white rose petals. Jax closes the door behind us. The soft click of the latch, a sound of final, profound privacy. We are alone, for the first time, as husband and wife. He turns to me, his suit jacket gone, his tie loosened, his green eyes dark and full of a love so potent it makes me tremble. "Hello, Mrs. Brewer," he says, voice a low, intimate purr that goes straight to my core. "Hello, Mr. Brewer," I whisper back. He walks toward me, his movements slow and deliberate. He stops in front of me and gently, reverently, begins to undress me. The simple, elegant, cream-colored dress I wore for the ceremony pools at my feet, leaving me in my simple, comfortable cotton underwear. His gaze is akin to a warm, appreciative caress that leaves a trail of fire on my skin. He leads me to the bed, his hands interlacing with mine. I sit on the edge, staring at my husband. "You are so beautiful," he murmurs, his hands coming to rest on my swollen, pregnant belly. I am so damn happy I get to be here for this, for all of this. A familiar, treacherous insecurity whispers at the edge of my joy. "I've put on so much weight," I say, the words a quiet, foolish pout. "I'm not as desirable." He looks at me then, his expression so full of a fierce, protective love it steals my very breath. "Kiana," he says roughly, "you are the most beautiful, most desirable, most perfect thing I have ever seen in my life. You are a goddess. You are growing our daughter, and you have never, ever been more beautiful to me than you are right now." He kneels before me, his hand still on my belly, and presses a soft, sensual kiss to the taut, warm skin of my tummy bulge. "Hello in there," he whispers against my skin. "This is your dad. I can't wait to meet you." The gesture is so full of a tender, profound love it breaks me. A happy, tearful sob escapes my lips. He rises, his mouth finding mine in a deep, hungry kiss. And then he speaks again, his voice a low, wicked promise against my lips. And as for these, his hands slide up, cupping my breasts, which are heavy and full and tender with pregnancy. I have been dreaming about what they taste like when you're pregnant for months. A jolt of pure, unadulterated lust shoots through me. He lowers his head, his mouth closing over my nipple through the thin fabric of my bra. He suckles, a strong, gentle pull that sends a shockwave of pleasure straight to my core. A low guttural moan is torn from my throat. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. I am never letting you go, he whispers, his voice a raw, solemn vow. Good, I manage to say, my own voice a happy, breathless sigh. Because I'm not going anywhere. We lie like that for a long time, the candlelight flickering, the scent of us filling the air. The passion has cooled, leaving behind a deep, quiet, and utterly unshakable peace. What are you thinking about? He murmurs, his thumb tracing the curve of my hip. Our daughter, I whisper, my hand coming to rest on my belly, over his. I was just thinking, she has no idea what a ridiculously wonderful, chaotic, and perfect world she's about to be born into. He presses a soft kiss to my forehead. She's going to have the best mom in the world, a mom who built her a fortress of stories to keep her safe. And she's going to have a dad who can fix anything, I reply, my voice thick with love. A man who is honorable and larger than life. He pulls me closer, his forehead resting against mine. I love you, Kiana Brewer. I love you, Jax Brewer, I say, and the phrase is not a memory, not a hope, not a fragile truce. They are a fact, a foundation, the beginning, middle, and end of the only story that matters. Epilogue. Kiana. 3 years later, there is a certain beautiful and utterly inescapable chaos that defines Christmas morning with small children. It is a chaos that smells of burnt sugar and fresh pine. It sounds like the crinkle of wrapping paper, the high-pitched shriek of a delighted toddler, and the low, muttered curse of a grown man trying to assemble a toy that has been clearly, sadistically designed by a team of evil geniuses. Our house, a cozy, rambling thing we bought just outside of town, with big windows that look out at the mountains, is the epicenter of this beautiful, chaotic storm. And I am, finally, standing willingly, happily, in the eye of it. Okay, my little artist, I say, handing a small star-shaped cookie to my son. A light dusting of sprinkles, not a sprinkle avalanche. Noel, my beautiful, brilliant, and deeply serious 5.5-year-old, looks at me with his father's green eyes, a thoughtful frown on his face. He is the thoughtful, cautious yin to his sister's chaotic yang. But Mommy, he says, his voice full of a solemn 5-year-old logic, the stars in the sky are an avalanche. There are 1,000,000 of them. I have no counter-argument for that. You have a point, I concede, pushing my silver-rimmed glasses up the bridge of my nose. Proceed with the avalanche. He beams, a wide, happy smile that still shows a hint of his father's cleft chin, and upends an entire container of green and red sprinkles onto the small, defenseless cookie. From the living room comes a loud, frustrated grunt, followed by a string of muttered curses that are, thankfully, too low for the children to hear. Is Daddy losing the battle with the pink castle of doom? I call out, a laugh in my voice. This is not a castle. Jax's voice is a low, agonized growl. It's a psychological warfare device, disguised as a toy. There are 17 different kinds of screws, and none of them fit. I peek into the living room. My husband, my strong, competent search and rescue pilot of a husband, the man who can navigate a whiteout and rappel down the side of a mountain, is sitting on the floor, surrounded by a sea of pink plastic pieces and a set of instructions that appear to be written in ancient Sanskrit. In his lap, helping, is our 2-year-old daughter, Hope. She has her father's sandy blonde hair, my dark eyes, and a spirit that is pure, unadulterated chaos. She is currently trying to hammer a small plastic turret into place with a wooden block, with absolutely no regard for the structural integrity of her new princess castle. You're putting Section G into Slot F, she informs him, her voice a tiny bossy thing. I'm convinced our daughter is a genius. She started talking earlier than Noel. Jax looks from the instructions to the piece in his hand and back again. You know what, sweetie? He says, his voice full of a weary, love-soaked resignation. I think you might be right. I watch them, my two beautiful, impossible children, and the man who is the steady, unshakable center of my world, and my heart does a slow, happy roll in my chest. This is the epilogue, the happily ever after that is not an ending, but 1,000 messy, beautiful, and ordinary new beginnings. The bookstore is bigger now, expanded into the space next door. The next chapter we call the new children's wing, a place of bright colors and cozy reading nooks that is almost always full. I am no longer just a bookstore owner. I am a respected local business leader, a wife, a mother of 2. My life is a rich, complicated, and deeply satisfying novel, a story so much better than the quiet, solitary one I had been writing for myself. Jax comes up behind me, his arms wrapping around my waist, his chin resting on my shoulder. He smells of coffee and frustration, and the clean, masculine scent that is, and always will be, home. She's a better engineer than I am, he murmurs against my neck, his gaze fixed on our children. She has a formidable role model, I reply, leaning back against the solid, comforting strength of him. We stand there for a long moment. A quiet island in the middle of our beautiful, chaotic sea. Just watching our children. Watching the life we have built. It is a life forged not from a shared past, but from a chosen future. A life built on the ruins of a heartbreak so profound, I thought it would be the end of my story. Sometimes in the quiet hours of the night, when the house is still and the children are sleeping, the ghost of the past will stir. I will think of the sheer, terrifying improbability of us. The blizzard, the accident, the 2 years of silence. The second blizzard, the arrival of a beautiful, broken stranger with my son's eyes. It is a story so wild, so full of the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. It feels like a piece of fiction I might find on one of my own shelves. And his memory of that first perfect week is still a shattered thing. It comes in flashes, in sensory ghosts, the taste of my mother's mulled wine, the sound of a certain song on the radio, the feel of a specific worn quilt. He has the emotional truth of it, the deep soul-level certainty of our connection. But he does not have the details. He does not have the conversations, the jokes, the quiet, shared moments that are still so vivid in my own mind. And the truth is, it no longer matters. Because the man standing behind me, the man whose arms are a safe, familiar harbor, the man who is the father of my children, is not the ghost I fell in love with. He is the man who chose me, with his eyes wide open. He is the man who earned my trust, one small, deliberate, and honorable action at a time. He is the man who shows up every single day. The new memories we have built together are not a replacement for the old ones. They are a foundation, a solid, unshakable, and beautiful reality that is more real, more vibrant, and infinitely more precious than any memory could ever be. He presses a soft, lingering kiss to my temple, his lips a warm, familiar brand against my skin. His memory of that first week is still just flashes. He whispers, as if he can hear the quiet, reflective turn of my own thoughts. His voice is a low, certain rumble against my ear, a sound that is the bedrock of my world. But it doesn't matter, he says, his arms tightening around me, pulling me closer against the solid, unwavering truth of him. Because the life we built is more real and vibrant than any memory could ever be.